Chapter 5082. After chatting for a while, Yang Wei led everyone forward. At the front of the hall, there was a huge screen of light. This screen of light seemed to be formed by sunlight and could lead to the primal chaos realm. Legend had it that the sun god race had used the blood of the sun god to set it up. This time, in order to save the Son of Light, the entire sun god race had mobilized. Lin Ling followed the few of them forward. He turned back to look at the Great Hall and discovered that there were still people entering one after another. Furthermore, they were all gods who were not weak. It seemed like the sun god race had indeed invited many strong cultivators. Furthermore, it was likely that many of them had already entered the primal chaos realm. Coupled with the experts of the sun god race themselves, saving the Son of Light this time would probably be another intense battle. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Lin Ling's goal was to find Taoist Duobao and save him. Following Yang Wei into the screen of light, Lin Ling immediately felt a mysterious force enveloping his body, as if countless universes were flowing around him. Time seemed to have frozen. A moment later, this mysterious feeling disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, an ancient wind blew against his face. He had arrived at the primal chaos realm. The spiritual energy here was even denser and more ancient. Cultivating here was not much slower than cultivating on the third floor. Looking into the distance, ancient mountains and the sky were almost pressing down. All of this showed that this world was incomparably ancient. It was the core of all the universes, and also the most ancient universe. At this moment, all the gods, including Lin Ling, fell silent. They were constantly sensing their surroundings, and their emotions were also quietly fluctuating. After all, other than Lin Ling, all the gods present had reincarnated. Now that their strength had been restored and they had returned to their homeland, how could they remain indifferent? This primal chaos realm was once a universe that had changed times. The primordial era, the prehistoric era, the ancient era, the era of the gods, and the current era. Divine dynasties, all kinds of legends, they had all originated here. Unfortunately, this once strongest universe was now like a hero in his twilight years. Perhaps it would follow in the footsteps of the divine realm and slowly perish. No wonder all the gods wanted to enter the Tao Tower. They wanted to obtain a new universe to replace the primal chaos realm, and they also wanted to become the masters of the universe. It's the second time. Although Lin Ling didn't have as many emotions as them, it wasn't his first time here. Last time, he had been forcefully brought here by Dipankara Buddha. It was only with the help of Monkey King and Guangchengzi that he was able to escape from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Then, with the help of the giant ghost, he was able to escape. He wondered how the giant ghost was doing. There was also little Kunlun. Ever since it entered the chaos realm, how was it doing? Come this way. At this moment, Yang Wei spoke to the others, and then he was the first to fly forward. Everyone hurriedly followed. After flying for 2 hours, a huge plane appeared in front of them. This plane was so big that it was boundless. Moreover, there were huge rocks on the ground. There were many of them, and they were scattered all over the plane. Upon closer inspection, these weren't rocks, but huge bones. Some were human bones, and some were the bones of unknown divine beasts. Unfortunately, these bones were full of scars and had no spiritual energy at all. It was obvious that they had been here for a long time. When Yang Wei and the others landed, a large number of insects flew out from the surrounding bones. They were so frightened that they floated into the distance. This is the windward plane. In the past, the divine wind here was incomparably terrifying. It was the tomb of the gods. Later, the chaos realm deteriorated and aged, causing the divine wind to disappear. Yang Wei knew that many of them were here for the first time, so he explained. The rotten race we are looking for is at the center of the plane. They can sense the changes in the entire plane from there. When the time comes, as long as our sun god race's god passes by the plane, they will inevitably discover us. Yang Wei continued, try to prevent them from interfering in this matter. If they refuse, we will attack and kill them. Lord Yang Wei, the rotten race killed your sun god. Why are you still discussing with them? Just kill them. A god asked. Yang Wei sighed softly. Now that our sun god is no longer here, all hope is left with the child of light. Before the sun god died, he told us that before the child of light matures, we are not allowed to become enemies with the rotten race. Our only goal now is to save the child of light and take the overall situation into consideration. Hearing this, everyone came to a realization. Lin Ling nodded and continued to move forward with the crowd. His eyes looked into the distance as his soul force quietly gushed out and appeared above the sky, sensing the changes in the chaos realm. Gradually, he sensed a familiar feeling. It was the reincarnation of Taoist myriad treasures. Sure enough, Taoist myriad treasures was imprisoned in the chaos realm. Dipankara Buddha God probably wanted to devour him. Now, Taoist myriad treasures had not awakened the power of the world's will, so his life was not in danger for the time being. Suddenly, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, his pupils constricting. This was because, in addition to sensing Taoist myriad treasures, he also sensed Yu Yu's reincarnation. Although it was very weak, Lin Ling was sure that Yu Yu was here. What's going on? Why did Yu Yu come to the chaos realm? Lin Ling was puzzled and he was extremely excited. Your Excellency Lin Ling, what's wrong? Yang Wei asked curiously when he saw Lin Ling stop in his tracks. It's nothing. I sensed Taoist myriad treasures because I came here with another purpose, and that was to save Taoist myriad treasures, but he was imprisoned by Dipankara Buddha God. Lin Ling didn't talk about Yu Yu. Instead, he talked about Taoist Master Duobao. I see. Yang Wei clearly knew a thing or two about this matter. He immediately smiled and said, after we settle the matter of the stronghold, we will help you save Taoist myriad treasures. I think that at that time, the sun god race will be attacking the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, so they won't be able to care about Taoist myriad treasures. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. Everyone continued forward. Not long after, a fishy smell appeared in front of them. It was the stronghold of the rotten race. A small town formed from a large lump of mud appeared in front of them. The mud was very tall, like a mountain peak. It formed a circle and surrounded the god of the rotten race in the mud. The sun god race. Moreover, the rotten race oversaw the entire plain, so they naturally sensed the arrival of the sun god race. 12-winged Yang Wei. Yang Wei stopped in his tracks and looked indifferently at the small town in front of him. So it's 12-winged Yang Wei. I wonder what you are doing here? A voice came from the small town again, accompanied by a fishy smell that made people feel nauseous. We want to discuss with the rotten race about letting you leave the windward plains. Yang Wei did not hide anything and said directly. Chapter 5083. From afar, it looked like a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Yang Wei signaled Lin Ling and the others with his eyes, signaling them to be careful. Then he strode toward the gap. As for Lin Ling, who was at the very back of the group, he could clearly sense that there were quite a number of rotten race gods in the small town, and there was even a Saint Universe giant god among them. Fortunately, however, most of them were at the early stage. With such strength, Lin Ling was confident that he could kill them, and he could do it easily. After entering the small town, the stench became even stronger. Insects were flying everywhere, which made Lin Ling and the others frown. Looking around, they didn't see any rotten race gods. They could only see a huge pool at the center of the small town. Bubbles kept coming out of the pool, and white bones were rolling around. These white bones were the huge bones from the plains. Rotten race were here. Come out. Yang Wei stopped and said as he looked around. After a moment of silence, a rumbling sound drifted out. The mud on the ground rolled, and then turned into figures. These people wore dark brown cloaks, and there were insects flying on their bodies. Moreover, mud and smelly water dripped from their bodies from time to time. It was extremely disgusting. Mud and stinky water were the symbol of the rotten race. When Lin Ling saw them, he was 100% certain that they were from the rotten race. Ah, 12-winged Yang Wei, why are you so stupid? Our rotten god killed the sun god. Why would we help you? Suddenly, a sharp voice came. One of the decaying gods slowly took off his cloak to reveal a face as pale as paper. There were worms crawling on his face, making him look very disgusting. However, he looked quite young. Rotten race, do you really want to walk this path to the end? If so, don't blame us for being impolite. Although Yang Wei had guessed it, seeing the rotten god act so arrogantly with his own eyes made him quite angry. Moreover, the rotten god was the murderer of the sun god. With just a dozen of you? The young man from the rotten race sneered. He waved his hand, and with a rustling sound, more mud appeared around him. It continued to tumble, and soon, it took the shape of a human. It turned out that there were more rotten race gods in this small town than expected. Since you're in, don't even think about leaving. All the rotten gods extended their arms, and mud poured into the ground from their palms. The mud flowed into the huge pool, causing the water in the pool to soar into the sky. Then, it fell on Yang Wei and the others. No, it's the power of the universe. Yang Wei's expression changed as he shouted to everyone, "Everyone, be careful. Don't let the fishy water touch you. It can corrode everything. Everyone, work together to break this vortex." Hearing this, everyone raised their heads, erupting with powerful divine abilities to resist the enormous pool in the sky. However, although everyone's strength was strong, they did not dare to use force. They were deeply afraid that after the pool was broken, they would be touched by the fishy water. Therefore, for a time, the pool was also slowly falling. Damn it! 12 wings appeared on Yang Wei's back, and he resisted stubbornly. Furthermore, the pond in the sky kept dripping with fishy water, causing Yang Wei to constantly dodge. It was the same for the other gods. They were so angry that their teeth were itching. Haha, let's see how long you can last. The young rotten race man kept sneering. Boom. However, at this moment, a fist blasted into the sky. Following that, a giant appeared. Not only did it destroy the pool in the sky with a single punch, it also stained its body with fishy water. However, the fishy water that could corrode everything did not have any effect on the giant's body. That was because while the giant was being corroded, he was also recovering. The speed of recovery was faster than the speed of corrosion. Rotten race, I trust you have been well since we last met. The giant looked down from above, blocking all the fishy water from dripping down. Lin Ling, Yang Wei and the others were overjoyed. Although they were very strong, their physical bodies could not compare to Lin Ling's. He's so strong. Yang Wei's heart thumped. He had heard of Lin Ling's great name and knew that Lin Ling was not weak. However, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. It seemed that he had underestimated Lin Ling not long ago when he valued the gods of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling, it's you. A sharp voice suddenly rang out. The young rotten race god stared at Lin Ling and recognized Lin Ling. Last time, you killed my rotten race god. This time, you won't be able to escape. That young rotten race god floated up and transformed into a rolling black cloud of mud that pounced on Lin Ling. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying deity energy spread out, reaching 500 billion. This rotten race god was an early-stage Saint Universe giant god. Lin Ling. Yang Wei and the others looked at Lin Ling and shouted. Although they knew that Lin Ling was very strong, Lin Ling was merely a king-level universe giant god. This made them somewhat worried. I'll deal with him. You guys go deal with the others. Lin Ling shouted to Yang Wei. He took a step forward and pounced on that young rotten race god. It's hard to say who won't be able to escape. Lin Ling's deep voice reverberated throughout the entire town. It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. What was even more frightening was that although Lin Ling looked like a giant, his speed was unimaginably fast. Before that young rotten race god could react, a huge fist had already appeared in front of him. So fast, that rotten race god's eyes narrowed. He didn't even have time to use his techniques before he was hit by Lin Ling's fist. His entire body exploded. It was as if a huge lump of mud had exploded. Stinking blood and insects splattered everywhere and smashed onto the ground. But very soon, the blood wriggled and condensed into a figure. It was the young rotten race god from before. You're actually so strong. He cried out in alarm. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. In fact, he had heard of Lin Ling's great name. It was said that he was doing very well in the 3rd level. But he thought that he was a Saint Universe Giant God, and Lin Ling was merely a King-level Universe Giant God. No matter how strong he was, Lin Ling was definitely not his match. Unfortunately, there was a gap between dreams and reality. Now, he didn't dare to fight Lin Ling head-on. But just as he finished speaking, a huge foot descended from the sky. It was Lin Ling's attack. This foot caused the entire town to tremble violently. That young rotten race god couldn't react at all. His entire body was stomped into meat paste, and he turned into nothingness. He could no longer be revived. Saint Universe Giant gods were as weak as clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of Lin Ling. Young master is dead. The rotten race gods who were in the middle of a great battle all shouted, their eyes filled with disbelief. It was obvious that the young rotten race god's background wasn't small. Now that he was dead, they all panicked. He's dead so quickly. Yang Wei and the others were in the middle of a great battle with the rotten race god. When they saw Lin Ling finish off his opponent, they all sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling's strength was simply beyond their expectations. Chapter 5084. Who killed my son? At this time, a whirlpool appeared in the small town's pond, and an old man with a pitch-black body rushed out. This person seemed to have come from somewhere else. Lin Ling stared indifferently at the old man. He was not surprised by the way the old man appeared. Back then, on the 2nd level of the Dao Pagoda, he had joined forces with Yellow Emperor to kill the rotten race. At that time, the rotten race had used this method to arrive. I killed your son. So what? Lin Ling said calmly. The old man's furious eyes instantly stared at Lin Ling. When he sensed the aura under Lin Ling's feet, his expression changed greatly. You dare to trample my son to death? Didn't you see it? Lin Ling replied. I want you dead. I want you to turn into a pool of blood forever. The old man roared toward the sky, his aura extremely terrifying. His strength was incomparably strong. He was a middle-stage Saint Universe Giant God. He stretched out his palm, and the black liquid tumbled and turned into a black ball the size of a millstone. A pungent stench gushed out, causing Yang Wei and the others to feel nauseous. Moreover, the godly power in their bodies was tumbling. It seemed to be affected. What is this? What a powerful godly power. It has reached the level of 1 trillion. He must be an extremely powerful existence among the Saint Universe Giant gods. Yang Wei and the others had solemn expressions. They knew that the old man was not weak. Moreover, they could not help but cover their noses and seal their bodies because the stench was too pungent. It was hard to imagine that the stench could reach such a level when it reached the limit. Bonewood egg. The old man lowered his head and looked at his palm. He seemed to be very satisfied with his masterpiece. He wanted to use this masterpiece to kill Lin Ling and avenge Lin Ling for killing his son. Of course, he did not lose his calm when he was angry. His son was also very strong, but he was killed by Lin Ling. This showed that Lin Ling was stronger than before. Back then, the rotten race had experts who attacked the 2nd level of the Dao Pagoda, but they were all killed by the 4 emperors led by Lin Ling. This matter had alarmed the rotten god. But at that time, Lin Ling did not have the strength he had now. The old man gently blew at the black ball in his palm. An even thicker stench surged forth. What was even more frightening was that this stench could even affect the souls of gods. Even though Yang Wei and the others had experienced all sorts of illusions and the tempering of samsara and could see through many things, they simply couldn't resist this stench. It was another powerful force that they had experienced in their lives. Its profundity was on par with the illusions, or even stronger. It stinks to the extreme, but it is still so powerful. Is this the universe of stinks? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Then he saw the black ball shooting towards him. He took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. After dodging the black ball, he immediately attacked the old man. His fist, which was as large as a mountain, came crashing down. However, before the fist could reach the old man, the black ball suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ling and shot towards him again. This black ball concealed a powerful divine power, especially that stench, causing Lin Ling to not dare to use his fist to meet force with force. He didn't know what would happen if the black ball was destroyed. Even if he wasn't afraid, it didn't mean that Yang Wei and the others weren't afraid. Lin Ling's figure disappeared and dodged the black ball again. Such a big body but so fast. The old man frowned and shouted coldly, "Lin Ling, my bone-wood egg can't be dodged. Any attack is useless. Once it is destroyed, all of you will die, ha." This black ball is indeed strange. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't dare to use his physical body, and if he used his divine power he couldn't guarantee that he could destroy the black ball. After dodging a few more times, Lin Ling's figure returned to its original size. A dazzling light sword appeared in his hand, and then he slashed at the black ball. "Ha, you don't believe me?" Seeing Lin Ling's actions, the old man laughed even louder. No one knew that the black ball was actually a large universe called the universe of stench. If it was destroyed or even attacked, the entire universe would envelop the area. The gods in the universe would be attacked by the great law of stench until they were forcefully killed. Stinky to death. However, at this moment, a dazzling sword slashed and cut the black ball. Then, the entire black ball dissipated like smoke and gradually turned into nothingness. "What? You destroyed my universe with a sword." "Impossible, my universe can't be destroyed at all. If it is destroyed, the universe will be sealed in the area around here." "What sword is that?" the old man exclaimed. He kept thinking and suddenly realized, it's the power of the world's will. The power of the world's will wasn't affected by any power. It was incomparably powerful and could naturally destroy his universe. Back in the netherworld, Lin Ling's sword of faith could even destroy the illusion of the destructive divine mammoth, let alone a god of the rotten race. This Lin Ling clearly doesn't have a high realm, but he has many tricks up his sleeve and is very powerful. It seems that I've underestimated him. The old man wanted to retreat. Although he wanted to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible, he also knew that he wasn't Lin Ling's match. His entire body exploded, turning into countless pieces of sludge that splattered in all directions, gradually disappearing without a trace. He had actually escaped. "You want to escape?" Lin Ling shouted coldly. He looked around and saw that the rotten race gods in the town couldn't stop Yang Wei and the others. He immediately said, "I'll chase after him. You don't have to wait for me." After saying that, his soul power locked onto a fishy water and quickly chased after it. "Lin Ling, you have to be careful." Yang Wei wanted to stop him, but when he thought of Lin Ling's strength, he finally gave up. Then he shouted to everyone, "Everyone, try to kill these rotten race gods as soon as possible and then gather." At this moment, Lin Ling rushed out of the town and quickly flew forward. He also used Panga's true body and turned into a giant, running on the ground. The whole plain was shaking. Looking from afar, one could see an ancient giant running on the ground. The scene was very spectacular. The rotten race gods have strange methods. I have to be careful. However, when that old man used the black ball and saw that it couldn't kill me, he ran away. This means that the black ball was his strongest trump card. As for his other methods, I don't need to worry about them at all. Lin Ling kept thinking about it as he ran, and his speed increased a notch. Quafu's sun-chasing boots appeared on his legs, and huge flaming footprints appeared on the ground as he stepped on it. In the previous battle, Lin Ling used Panga's true body, but he didn't fuse with his innate talents. Otherwise, his strength would have increased. After all, after fusing with his innate talents, Lin Ling's divine power would skyrocket. Coupled with his powerful physical strength, it was naturally not a small matter. Of course, the black ball from before was a universe, so Lin Ling didn't use his innate talents easily. He was deeply afraid of being tricked, so he used the sword of faith. The Taoist myriad treasure's senses are getting stronger. While running, Lin Ling also sensed Taoist myriad treasure's soul aura. Chapter 5085. I have to kill that old man before he reaches his destination. I don't want to alert the enemy. Lin Ling's face sank. There were countless experts in the Chaos realm. Before saving Taoist myriad treasures, It was best not to alert too many experts. His speed suddenly increased as he disappeared into the sky. This Lin Ling's increase in strength is too exaggerated. Furthermore, he has come to the Chaos Realm. I have to inform the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Dipankara Buddha God has always been interested in Lin Ling, said the old man from the rotten race in front of him. The grudge of his son's death filled his heart, so he knew that he could not die. He had to take revenge. However, with his strength, he could not kill Lin Ling. Therefore, he wanted to use the 3 divine gates of White Mountain to kill Lin Ling. We're almost there. Ah, Lin Ling, you are very powerful. You are more powerful than the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. The 3 divine gates of White Mountain will definitely give up many things to capture you in the Chaos Realm. His gaze was fixed in front of him. There was a simple villa with the sound of reading coming from it. He knew that he had arrived because the green lamp villa was set up by the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. There were indomitable experts inside. Your good luck has come to an end. But at that moment, a cold voice came from behind him. A huge net enveloped the old man. Lin Ling. The old man's body trembled as his scalp tingled. He suddenly looked at the villa in the distance and wanted to shout that Lin Ling was here. Rumble. However, he could only hear a deafening roar. The sound enveloped his soul and suppressed him like a huge net. It was a soul power attack. The old man could only sense that 3 huge universes were closing in on him. They kept combining to seal him in the universe and then obliterate him. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. In the blink of an eye, the old man's soul collapsed. He collapsed with his palms stretched out into the distance as if he had died with a grievance. This was because he was about to inform the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Unfortunately, he was so close. Behind him, the white-haired man appeared and looked coldly at the old man. With a wave of his right hand, the old man's body turned to dust. However, the white-haired man collected some of it. Fortunately, I made it here in time. The white-haired man was Lin Ling. He secretly felt lucky. After all, if this old man had informed the 3 great divine gates of White Mountain, who knew what kind of trouble would have happened? Then, Lin Ling looked ahead and found that there was a villa there, and the sound of neat reading could be heard. These voices carried a hint of holiness, giving people a feeling that all evil could not invade them. Strange. Lin Ling suddenly frowned. He sensed that there were a large number of scholars in the villa. There were both men and women, but they had no strength at all. They were just like ordinary people. However, there was a mysterious power in their bodies that seemed to be formed from reading books. I've heard that scholars have a firm will and are not afraid of demons and ghosts. They can give birth to a righteous force. This villa is actually cultivating such scholars. Lin Ling wanted to continue probing, but he suddenly withdrew his soul force. This was because he discovered that someone was probing him. At this moment in the villa, an old man wearing a monk's robe looked indifferently into the distance. The corners of his mouth suddenly revealed a smile. It seems that there are people who have lost their way. Then, he closed his eyes again and chanted silently. The sound of Buddha's voice filled the entire villa. All the scholars shook their heads slightly and chanted silently, as if they were immersed in the world of books. In the distance, Lin Ling frowned. He knew that someone had discovered him. The most important thing was that this person was very strong, so strong that he could not see through him. However, he could also sense that Taoist Master Duo Bao was among them. This meant that if he wanted to take Taoist Master Duo Bao away, he would have to enter the villa. This person has already noticed me, but I don't know if he has recognized me or not. However, he doesn't seem to have attacked me. Maybe he doesn't know me, and I have a chance to take Taoist Master Duo Bao away. Then he will be able to recover. Of course, that person's strength is mysterious and unfathomable. I have to be careful. Lin Ling thought to himself and transmitted his voice to the Four Directions prison. Brother Guangchengzi. Lin Ling, you don't have to say any more. I know. That's the glazed light Buddha. This Buddha is the great Buddha of medicine. His pure land is the glazed light soil. It's very subtle and dignified. Those who worship the glazed light Buddha will be immune to all diseases. Therefore, he has many disciples. In terms of strength, he can be ranked among the top Buddhas. He is only below the Dipankara Buddha of the past and the Gautama Buddha of the present. Guang Chengxi's voice floated over. Hearing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. The chaotic realm was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He had encountered such a powerful Buddha just by walking around. If the Dipankara Buddha knew that he had come, it would be difficult for him to escape. But it's fine. This villa is now part of the glazed light soil. The real glazed light Buddha is not here. You still have a chance. Guang Chengxi continued. I just don't know the relationship between the glazed light Buddha and the Dipankara Buddha. Whether or not they are related, I have to go to this villa. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Guang Chengxi. Guang Chengxi nodded. Go, you might have a chance. Lin Ling nodded. Without disguising himself, he walked towards the villa. He knew that with the glazed light Buddha's strength, even if he disguised himself, it would be useless. When he got closer, the sound of reading could be heard. Lin Ling paused for a moment before he pushed the door open and entered. There was a huge garden in the villa. It was filled with simple old trees. Under the trees, in the garden, a large number of students sat on the ground. There were tables in front of them, and they were reading with their eyes closed. Looking at the front of the garden, there was a high platform. An old man wearing a monk's robe was silently chanting. The old man looked very ordinary. Even when he was chanting, there was no fluctuation of divine energy. It was extremely strange. However, Lin Ling did not dare to underestimate him. He just stood there quietly. His soul power quietly spread out and searched among the many students. Then his eyes lit up. He found the Taoist of many treasures. It was just that the old man was there, so Lin Ling did not dare to act rashly. But what surprised Lin Ling was that the old man did not seem to see Lin Ling and was still chanting. How strange! Lin Ling had an impulse to rush over and take the Taoist of many treasures away. However, he felt that everything was not so simple. After watching for a long time, he slowly walked forward. Every step he took was very careful, afraid that he would fall into a trap and be brought into a powerful universe. After all, if he was caught in the chaotic realm, no one would be able to save him. With the strength of the Dipankara Buddha, he could not resist at all. It was not like in the netherworld, where he could still resist. However, even when Lin Ling walked forward, he did not notice anything strange. This allowed him to gradually relax, and he quickened his pace as he walked towards Taoist Master of Many Treasures. However, when he reached Taoist Master of Many Treasures, the garden suddenly disappeared, and everyone disappeared. Everything around him was a vast expanse of white. Chapter 5086. Lin Ling, be careful. Now that you're under the control of the glazed light Buddha, you can only act according to his laws. At the same time, Guang Chengxi's voice drifted over. Lin Ling cursed under his breath. His gaze landed on the seat. Now that there was only one seat left, it seemed like he had no other choice. He walked forward and sat down on the seat. At the same time, a thick book appeared on the table. It opened, revealing the first page. There were profound words written on it. Although he could read them, he couldn't understand what they meant. How do I do this? Lin Ling frowned. If you want to leave this place, it seems like the only way is to read aloud. Guang Chengxi suggested. Lin Ling could only nod. He thought of the scholars in the garden. They were also reading aloud. Could it be that they were also being forced? Without further thought, Lin Ling also began to read aloud. Voices drifted out, seemingly blending into the scholars in the garden. They began to read aloud in unison. The mountain villa was solemn and sacred. Looking from the outside, one could see rays of light shooting up into the sky, sometimes contracting and sometimes expanding. It was a magical sight. However, the recitation seemed to be endless. Lin Ling was still able to maintain his consciousness at the start. However, as he continued to read aloud, a Buddhist light appeared in his soul and continued to strengthen. Not good. Lin Ling has been converted to Buddhism. The glazed light Buddha is treating Lin Ling as an illness. As long as the illness is cured, Lin Ling will lose himself and forget his past and present lives. Converting to Buddhism is a form of purification. Guang Chengzi's voice drifted over, constantly shouting at Lin Ling's soul. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to hear him. Like the scholars around him, he shook his head slightly and continued to read aloud. As for Lin Ling's lifetime of memories and karma, they were also dissipating and gradually disappearing. Converting to Buddhism is not only a matter of heart, but also the disappearance of all karma fetters. The four elements are all void, and one can escape into Buddhism with the void. In order to turn everything into nothingness, Lin Ling not only had to be purified of this life's karma, but also everything in his previous lives had to be purified. All karma, all dust had to be swept clean. Lin Ling, wake up, wake up. Oh no, Lin Ling has been tricked. Guang Chengzi was extremely anxious and went to visit the green-robed Taoist. Unfortunately, the other party only smiled mysteriously and replied, "When it's time to wake up, he will wake up. Seek your whole family." Guang Chengzi was dumbfounded and cursed in his heart. What kind of situation is this? This Taoist is still acting cool. In the end, he could only look on helplessly. At this moment, on the high platform, the old man was still reciting. His voice was solemn and sacred, and it continued to float out. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Lin Ling. His lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Above Lin Ling's head, he saw an incomparably huge dense fog rolling about. It was like the great calamity of the universe. Even he was frightened and felt insignificant. The power of the world's will is so huge. He continued to recite, and his speed increased. It was like a storm, purifying the powerful power of the world's will. As time passed, the dense fog that was originally as majestic as a dark cloud became smaller and smaller. There was only a wisp left. The old man's face was a little pale. While he was purifying Lin Ling, he was also using up a lot of energy. However, the power of the world's will was almost purified. The remaining power should not be a concern. The power of the 9 great world's wills. It is said that this Lin Ling is ranked 3rd and 4th. His future is bright. Because of the strong karma, although his life is full of ups and downs, he has been able to turn danger into safety time and time again. Unfortunately, such a destiny of the universe is also going to disappear. What a pity, what a pity. The old man sighed inwardly. He was still purifying Lin Ling's karma, including fate, luck, and other things. To a god, strength was the most important thing. But in reality, things hidden in the dark were also very important. For example, fate and luck. Lin Ling was able to turn danger into safety time and time again. This was closely related to Lin Ling's tenacity. Every time he encountered a life or death calamity or great difficulty, he would grit his teeth and endure it. Even if there was no hope, he would still resolutely move forward, never giving up. Besides tenacity, there was another reason, and that was luck. However, everyone had luck. Only those who could firmly grasp it could change their own destiny. Unfortunately, all of this was going to disappear now. Looking at Guang Chengzi, he was even more anxious now. He discovered that the book on Lin Ling's desk could not be finished. Even if he read page by page millions of times, there were still more pages behind. It was like a bottomless pit. And if he did not finish reciting, Lin Ling would not wake up. But after he finished reciting, everything about Lin Ling would disappear. What is this? However, at this moment, the old man's eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw that above Lin Ling's head, a large cloud had suddenly surged out. This cloud was colorful and carried with it a brilliant heavenly might. It was like a cloud of primordial chaos. And in the billowing cloud, a tall and sturdy figure looked like a giant, coldly looking at the old man. With just a glance, the old man felt as if he had fallen into hell. Cold sweat kept breaking out. Impossible to purify, impossible to purify. I never expected that this child would have such a destiny. Perhaps he is the true heir Mia. The old man let out a long sigh. Even if he wanted to destroy Lin Ling, he knew that with his qualifications he could not do so. He stood up and slowly left. The moment he left, the voices in the mountain villa gradually became softer. In the end, all the students opened their eyes. Some of them were at a loss, while others looked enlightened. They did not move. They remained sitting on the ground, looking at the books on the desk. At the same time, everything that Lin Ling had lost slowly recovered. This shocked Guang Qingzi. He did not understand what was happening. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. His eyes were at a loss at first, but gradually became clear. He looked in the direction that the old man had left, deep in thought. That glazed light Buddha kept purifying me. In my first life, he was finally defeated. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He could sense that after the colorful cloud appeared, there was a giant standing in the clouds. He was the god of creation. Buddhas could not purify the god of creation. This was the reason why the glazed light Buddha had left. Who would have thought that my previous life would appear again? Lin Ling muttered to himself again. Now, there were not many people who knew that he was the god of creation in his previous life. Among them, the one who was most familiar with him was Xingyi. After all, he and Xingyi had entered the Tao realm at the same time, and his previous life had been discovered. The glazed light Buddha was probably the first outsider to know about it. Once this secret was known, who knew what kind of trouble would ensue? Chapter 5087. Lin Ling's entire body trembled as he erupted with a powerful aura, shattering the dagger. Then, his left hand appeared, holding a large amount of memories as he ruthlessly grabbed at the youth's head. "You're courting death." The youth's face was sinister, like a fierce tiger that wanted to devour Lin Ling. But soon, his expression gradually relaxed, and then he revealed a pained expression. In the end, his eyes were blank, as if he was running a long distance in time. "Lin Ling, why are you here?" As Lin Ling waited quietly, the youth finally raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with an excited expression, revealing a smile. "You're back." Lin Ling was happy for Taoist myriad treasures, knowing that he had recovered his memories. "Didn't I die? Why am I here? Is this the netherworld?" Taoist myriad treasures had many mysteries in his heart as he raised his head and asked Lin Ling, "Let's leave this place first." Lin Ling left with Taoist myriad treasures. As Taoist myriad treasures moved forward, his appearance was constantly changing, gradually returning to his usual appearance. The surrounding students were also looking at Lin Ling and Taoist myriad treasures with suspicious expressions, but they didn't care. On the way, Lin Ling told Taoist myriad treasures about what had happened after entering the netherworld. When Taoist myriad treasures heard this, he was shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. You're saying that you fought your way out of the netherworld and brought Yellow Emperor and the others?" Taoist myriad treasures finally asked in horror. Lin Ling smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, now enter my universe. If you don't understand anything, ask Yellow Emperor. I will inform Yellow Emperor and the others to find your Tao return to heaven and bring you into the Tao Pagoda." If one wanted to enter the Tao Pagoda, they had to have Tao return to heaven. Only then could they reach the Tao Pagoda from Lin Ling's universe. Then Lin Ling released his universe and brought it inside. He set off alone. The plains were vast and boundless, but not a single person could be seen. There were only huge skeletons on the ground. A gust of wind blew over, fluttering Lin Ling's white hair. His eyes looked into the distance. He didn't know if the sun god race had started to attack the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. After all, he must have spent a lot of time studying in the villa. If we follow the plains, we should be able to reach the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Last time, I escaped from the hands of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. I thought that I would never come near them again. Who would have thought that I would be here again? That's Dipankara Buddha's territory. We must be careful. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He sprinkled the powder left behind by the rotten race old man around his body, pretending to be a rotten race god. Although he didn't know if he could hide it completely, it was still better than nothing. After a few hours, a deafening explosion finally came from the front. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. It was incomparably terrifying. Rumble. Gusts of violent wind blew over. Even though Lin Ling's physical body was powerful, he still felt like he couldn't stand steadily. This meant that the battle ahead was incomparably intense, and the power it formed was beyond imagination. Lin Ling didn't dare to get too close. He took a detour from the side and came to a huge mountain peak, looking into the distance. He saw an earth-shattering battle erupting in the sky and the earth in front of him. An incomparably dazzling sun-divine light descended. Its power was so strong that it could destroy countless universes. The sun-divine light clearly came from the sun god race. Wherever he looked, a large number of golden-haired gods with wings on their backs were activating their ultimate moves. And behind them, the experts that the sun god race had invited were also helping. On the other side, there was no one to be seen. There were only 8 mountain-like Buddhas. These Buddhas were also covered in golden light, and there was a lamp burning above their heads. They were very solemn and sacred. However, the power of these Buddhas was terrifying. With a sweep of their huge palms, hundreds of thousands of units of divine power erupted. Even if it was a powerful universe, in the face of that giant palm, it would be instantly destroyed. Moreover, one of the even larger Buddhas swept its palm, and hundreds of thousands of units of divine power descended, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The primal chaos realm also lost its light. This was a true battle between gods. Perhaps, this was also the most ancient battle in the primal chaos realm. So strong. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. He thought that he was already very strong, but compared to these ancient gods, he was still very weak. What are these Buddhas? Why are they so strong? Right when I escaped from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain last time, I saw gods and Buddhas chanting scriptures. Could it be that these Buddhas were formed by countless gods and Buddhas? Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. Looking through the Buddhas, he could vaguely see a light floating in the distance. There was a figure in the light. Although he couldn't see the figure's appearance clearly, Lin Ling could guess that that person was probably the Son of Light. The Son of Light was the only successor of the Sun God clan. For him, the Sun God clan would definitely go all out to save the Son of Light. And Dipankara Buddha had the Son of Light appear here. Could it be that his purpose was to destroy the ancient races of the universe? The 12-winged Yang God is over there, and the 12-winged Yang Wei, the great god of Spirit Nation. Thinking of this, Lin Ling kept staring at the battlefield and gradually he saw familiar faces. Ning Qingxin? Then, Lin Ling saw another acquaintance. He found that Ning Qingxin's strength was very strong, even stronger than Lin Ling's. She was teaming up with someone to fight against a Buddha. The person who teamed up with Ning Qingxin was an old man with 24 wings behind him. His strength was extremely tyrannical. However, such a powerful combination was only able to block one Buddha. There's no chance at all. If I can find the place where the gods and Buddhas are chanting scriptures, I might have a chance to break it. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he ran in another direction. Of course, if he could think of this, the Sun God clan must have thought of this as well. However, they still attacked from the front. This meant that there was no way around, and even if there was, it was not something they could get close to. But now, it seemed that other than attacking from the side, there was no other way. Lin Ling continued to move forward along the mountain range. Time slowly passed, but Lin Ling still did not gain anything. Suddenly, Lin Ling detected a fishy smell. He quickly sped up and saw a group of people hurrying ahead. These people were all wearing large cloaks, and their bodies were full of a fishy smell. The gods of the rotten race. Lin Ling was secretly shocked and also curious as to why they would appear here. Then he quickly flew over. At the same time, the group of people also saw Lin Ling. They were all silent, as if they were investigating Lin Ling. Lin Ling had the aura of the old man from the rotten race. He did not know if he could hide it from them. "You are not from the rotten race." Suddenly, someone said coldly, causing all the rotten race people to be on guard. Chapter 5088. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll die. Lin Ling stood in place and said coldly, My lord, it's my fault. It's my fault. The god who had been hit by Lin Ling's palm hurriedly got up and kowtowed to Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not say anything and just stood there quietly. He had already changed into a black cloak, so no one could see his appearance. The rotten gods no longer looked at Lin Ling and continued on their way. Lin Ling followed behind. He secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, he had made the first move. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. However, the situation was not good because the powder left behind by the old man was dissipating. Who knew how long it would last? Fortunately, they did not walk for long before a cave appeared in front of them. The cave looked very ordinary and did not have any divine essence fluctuations. However, when Lin Ling and the others approached, a voice was heard. Amitba. Rotten race, why are you approaching Burning Heart Mountain? We have something to report. One of the rotten gods said. Someone is attacking the villa and seems to have taken away Taoist Master of Many Treasures. Taoist Master of Many Treasures? Hearing this, the voice that came from the cave became more serious. Go in. Under the voice, the rotten gods entered one after another. Lin Ling was the last to enter. He could clearly feel a powerful soul power fall on him and investigate everything about him. Lin Ling immediately knew that the rotten aura on his body was getting weaker and weaker. It had attracted the attention of some people. However, Lin Ling did not do anything. He continued to move forward as if he did not feel anything. Fortunately, the soul power might not be too familiar with the rotten race. In the end, it did not do anything to Lin Ling. Lin Ling also discovered that the owner of the voice was the mountain. Lin Ling followed the crowd. After passing through the magnificent mountain, endless Buddhist light appeared in front of them. It descended from the sky and illuminated the earth. Everything here was serene, solemn, and sacred. Only the endless Buddhist chants floated out. He snuck in. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He then looked at the Buddhist light in the sky with disdain. Dipankara Buddha God represented Buddha, but he was with the dirtiest rotten race. How ironic! As they continued forward, Lin Ling took advantage of the fact that the people in front were not paying attention to him to leave the group and continue exploring. Not long after, he saw a large number of Buddhas sitting cross-legged at the foot of a mountain range. They seemed to be silently chanting something. Buddhist light rushed out from their bodies and condensed in the sky. Could it be that they are the ones controlling those great Buddhas? Lin Ling secretly guessed. His eyes swept across and he realized that behind the Buddhas, there was a large amount of light floating. There were so many of them that they looked like pearls. Upon closer inspection, it was a saraira. And the light emanating from these sarairas actually fused into the Buddhist chants of the Buddhas. From the looks of it, the Buddhas were only controlling the great Buddha, but it was the sarairas that gave the great Buddha their power. Good treasure! Lin Ling licked his lips. Right now, he could be considered to be poor, and he just happened to need treasures to cultivate. Die! Lin Ling also noticed that the Buddhas sitting cross-legged were not very strong. He immediately activated his soul power and enveloped all the Buddhas, wanting to kill them. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that after his soul power sealed them, the Buddhas did not react at all. It was as if they had entered a state of meditation and were not aware of anything happening in the outside world. What a bunch of idiotic bald donkeys! Lin Ling immediately scolded them with a smile. He shot forward and stared at the floating sarairas. Then he collected all of them. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He used the power of divinity to lift all of them up and maintain the appearance of silently chanting the Buddhist chants. Although this could not be hidden for long, at least it could be done. Next, Lin Ling continued to explore. Not long after, he was shocked to discover that there were so many Buddhas nearby that it was beyond his imagination. He did not expect that those mighty great Buddhas would need so many Buddhas to control them. Fortunately, other than the Buddhas, there were no other powerful divinities. Go to hell! Lin Ling decided to kill them all. He activated the Pangu real body and punched out in a large area. Then he collected a large number of sarairas. He was incomparably excited. If this continued, he would not lack the treasures he needed to break through to the next realm. He continued to plunder and kill the bald donkeys along the way. In the end, Lin Ling was too lazy to waste his energy. He did not use his fists or soul power. He just relied on the tyrant's song sword. It was as if he was cutting chives. He killed one after another. It was simple and convenient. However, the number of Buddhas was also beyond his imagination. Lin Ling killed for 2 hours and still had not killed all of them. On the contrary, he had obtained a large number of Sarairas. At the same time, in the sensational battlefield, the originally majestic and domineering Buddhas began to weaken. Finally, a great Buddha fell. This sudden change undoubtedly raised the morale of the sun god race. They had been fighting for half a day and finally, a great Buddha fell. What happened? One of the divinities with 36 wings frowned and said, "My lord, has the power of the great Buddha been exhausted?" Someone said happily. That powerful god shook his head, "Impossible, because these great Buddhas have the great salvation Buddha's light. Their power is endless. Unless we have the strength to kill them, it's impossible." Then why did the great Buddha fall? The people of the sun god race were very curious. That god looked into the distance and suddenly smiled faintly. It seems that someone has found their burning heart mountain and destroyed it, causing the great Buddha to be destroyed from the inside. Thinking of this, he became excited and roared, "People of the sun god race, attack with all your strength and support those who are helping us." After receiving the order, the morale of the people of the sun god race more than doubled. They erupted with all their strength and continuously destroyed the great Buddha. While their morale was greatly boosted, the 3 divine gates of White Mountain were a little chaotic. The powerful gods in charge of the battlefield were looking ahead solemnly. Someone has entered the burning heart mountain. Suddenly, someone shouted in a low voice, "Find him and kill him." Amitabha! More than 10 huge Vajras appeared and flew into the distance. At this moment, Lin Ling was plundering treasures and was in an extremely good mood. However, he soon sensed a powerful force attacking him. Looking up, he could see 18 huge palms pressing down. So fast. Lin Ling knew that he had been discovered and that the other party wanted to kill him. "Let's fight, I'm not afraid of you." Lin Ling activated the Pangu true body and did not retreat, because there were still many Buddhas chanting scriptures and controlling the great Buddha. If a battle happened here, it would definitely affect them. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and Lin Ling looked at the sky and slashed out. Bang bang bang. However, what shocked Lin Ling was that the palms pressing down from the sky were incomparably powerful. The golden light was resplendent and actually blocked his powerful physical strength. Vile spawn, why aren't you waiting to be captured? Chapter 5089. The gigantic Buddha's palm shone with golden light as it descended from the sky, suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling soared into the sky, using tyrannical song to resist those metallic palms. Lin Ling also realized that the battle between him and these gods had affected the earth. Those Buddhas who were chanting Buddhist scriptures were swaying left and right from the impact. Naturally, the gods in the sky saw this scene, and they were all fuming with anger. But they also knew that if they did not kill that rat *T, the entire heart-burning mountain would be destroyed. Good timing. Lin Ling's huge sword kept resisting the huge palms, creating an incomparably huge airflow. Amitabha, evil creature, die. The Vajra in the sky roared, glaring at the earth. You're still too weak. Seeing that it was hard to resist, Lin Ling also fused his innate talents, combining the powerful godly energy and the power of his fleshly body. His body, which was originally suppressed, actually started to counterattack. What's going on? This person is actually so strong. Is he a Saint Giant Universe God? And he's a middle stage Saint Giant Universe God. No, he's only a king. The 18 Vajras exclaimed, feeling a huge impact that soared into the sky, making it very difficult for them to resist. However, they were all saint-level giant universe gods. Even when they joined forces, they were still defeated by that god. This made them curious as to who that god was. After fusing my innate talents, my strength has become even stronger. Now I'm at my peak. Lin Ling felt an endless amount of power gushing out, making him feel like he could split the sky and earth and tear apart any universe. After fusing his innate talents, his godly energy was in the 400 billion range. In terms of physical strength, Panga's true body was also in the 400 billion range, and with the addition of Panga's last move, it could be doubled, reaching 800 billion range. Moreover, his speed was doubled, his godly energy was invincible for a short period of time, and he had the strongest Panga's attack. All the powerful trump cards were unleashed, as if Lin Ling had been accumulating for tens of millions of years. At this moment, they all slashed toward the sky. Rumble! The 18 palms began to sway and cracks gradually appeared on them. It was as if gold had been shattered, and they suddenly collapsed. In the sky, the pupils of the 18 huge Vajras condensed, and their faces suddenly became ferocious. 18 Vajra subduing demons. They roared loudly and sat down cross-legged in the air. They silently chanted Buddhist scriptures, causing the golden light around their bodies to resplendent. The sound of Buddha descended. These Buddhist chants lingered together, transforming into a huge golden Buddha bowl that came crashing down from the sky. This Buddha bowl was clearly extraordinary and possessed remarkable abilities. Not only did it possess an extremely powerful divine force, it even formed its own universe. Amazing! Lin Ling raised his head, and his pupils contracted. If he had been an ordinary king-level giant universe god, or even an ordinary saint-level giant universe god, he would have been wiped out by now. Are you the only one with a big universe? Lin Ling roared and activated the Lin Ling universe to resist the golden Buddha bowl that was smashing down from the sky. At the same time, he also rushed up and attacked the golden Buddha bowl, ignoring the divine power. Evil creature, get down! The 18 Vajras roared together, and another palm came crashing down once again. If not for the golden Buddha bowl, Lin Ling would have been able to resist them. However, the combination of the Buddha's palm and the golden Buddha bowl formed an extremely terrifying power, causing Lin Ling to be unable to gain the upper hand for the time being. You bunch of bald donkeys? I've been invincible since I returned from the rainforest. I've destroyed all the big universes, and even the netherworld has been turned upside down by me. You guys are not qualified to suppress me. Lin Ling unleashed his full strength. In fact, Lin Ling was not afraid of these Vajras at all if they fought one-on-one. The main thing was that when they joined forces, they could form a powerful force. When the two sides collided for the second time, the storm formed was even more terrifying, causing the entire Burning Heart Mountain to tremble. A large number of Buddhas were drowned by the storm and died in the end. Looking at the battle outside, 3 of the 8 Buddhas had already fallen, and the 4th one had cracks all over his body. Why haven't you dealt with that cockroach yet? The gods guarding the battlefield were all livid as they watched the Buddhas being killed. They were extremely anxious. It seems that the god who sneaked into Burning Heart Mountain is not weak. A thin old monk said, Amitabha, I'll go and help them. Envoy Jington, sorry to trouble you. All the gods bowed to the old monk. Everyone, work harder and help the people who entered Burning Heart Mountain. On the sun god race's side, they knew that the 3 divine gates of White Mountain had discovered something. Now, they could only fight for the shortest time to kill the Buddhas so that they could help the people in Burning Heart Mountain. Who is helping us so much? Many powerful gods were also secretly guessing at this. Ning Qingxin's eyes flickered, and she suddenly guessed, could it be him? Ning Qingxin, do you know who it is? An old man with 24 wings looked at Ning Qingxin and said, I'm not sure, but in terms of ability, I think it's Lin Ling. Although he's not the strongest, he's very powerful and can create miracles time and time again. Ning Qingxin guessed. Lin Ling, the host of the world's will. The old man's expression changed, and he said with a smile, if it's really him, it seems that our sun god race owes him a big favor. Stop talking. Hurry up and destroy the Buddhas and save the Son of Light. Now, the Son of Light is being sealed by Dipankara Buddha himself. He won't be happy to deal with Lin Ling otherwise, he'll definitely do it himself. Ning Qingxin said again. Back then, she saw Dipankara Buddha take away Lin Ling with her own eyes, and Lin Ling returned after that. So, she knew that Dipankra Buddha must want to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. While they were fighting, Lin Ling was still fighting against the golden Buddha bowl. He looked calm, but the giant Vajra in the sky looked anxious, as if it was extremely difficult to stop Lin Ling. The golden Buddha bowl was also frozen in midair, like a huge island that couldn't be suppressed at all. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for me. It seems that it's better to escape as soon as possible. After resisting for a while, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was a little afraid of Dipankra Buddha, so he used his killer move again. Universe 3 Extremes Break. Now that Lin Ling's soul power was several times stronger than before, the Universe 3 Extremes Break he used could even kill a saint-level universe giant god. An incomparably terrifying network soared into the sky, passed over the golden Buddha bowl, and sealed the 18 Vajras. At this moment, the Vajras were chanting silently. Buddhist sounds were constantly coming out of their mouths, condensing into Buddhist power to suppress Lin Ling. But at this moment, the fierce soul power arrived. Before it even got close, they already felt a huge pressure. Amitba! Everyone be careful! A Vajra roared, wanting to avoid it. However, once he retreated, the pressure would definitely fall on the other Vajras. And if everyone avoided it, Lin Ling would also be able to escape. Fight. He's just a monster. Evil can't prevail over good. If we don't go to hell, who will? For the peace of the universe. Chapter 5090. Huge cosmic rays shot over, forming a dense network that was airtight. Then they passed through their bodies. Then, something terrible happened. Despite their powerful soul power, they couldn't fight against the three extremes of the universe. Mahayana Buddhism. Some of the Vajra's souls were collapsing, but they were also mumbling to themselves. They all discovered that this terrifying soul force attack was actually a Buddhist technique. Bang bang bang. Their souls continued to explode and turn into ashes, leaving only 18 golden Buddhas floating in the sky. Without the support of the Buddhist voice, the huge golden Buddha bowl seemed to have lost control and slowly fell. Get lost! Lin Ling dodged the falling golden Buddha bowl and turned into a giant. He held the golden Buddha bowl and threw it into the distance. Rumble! The golden Buddha bowl was like a golden disc, flying along the ground. Everywhere it passed, a large number of Buddhas were killed and destroyed. Everywhere it passed, mountains collapsed. There was nothing it couldn't destroy. Rumble! In the outside world, the battle was also affected. Another Buddha collapsed. No one attacked it and it collapsed directly. In this way, there were only 4 Buddhas left. And there was still one Buddha that was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He knew that he couldn't stay here for long. He returned to his usual size, activated the Kwafu's sun-chasing boots, and shot into the distance along the ground. And just as he left, an old man in a monk's robe appeared. He looked at the motionless Vajras in the sky and then at the destroyed ground and closed his eyes. Amitba! What a sin, what a sin! After saying that, he opened his eyes and looked into the distance. With a step, he chased after Wang Xian. His speed was like a stream of light, incomparably fast. He put his palms together and sat cross-legged. Behind him, a Buddhist light appeared. The Buddhist light also illuminated the scene of a large number of Buddhas silently chanting Buddhist scriptures. This was his universe. He was like a supreme Buddha, chasing after Lin Ling. Lin Ling instantly sensed a powerful force behind him. He said in shock, "Look at that power, it's probably a god-level universe giant god. With my current strength, I can't fight against it." He looked ahead and saw countless Buddhas sitting cross-legged. Then, without saying a word, he slashed out and reaped the lives of many Buddhas. After looting their relics, he continued to fly forward. He knew that he couldn't fight against that god, but before that he had to do his best to help the battle in the outside world. Die! Lin Ling didn't show the slightest mercy to those Buddhas. Perhaps Buddha was benevolent, but not all Buddhas were like that. At the very least, the 3 divine sects of White Mountain were not like that. What a sin, what a sin! Behind him, The Buddhist god kept closing in on Lin Ling, but he wouldn't be able to catch up in a short period of time. He could only watch as Lin Ling slaughtered the Buddhist gods. It made him sigh constantly as he recited the Rebirth Sutra in his heart. As the chase continued, it was unknown how many Buddhas and gods were killed by Lin Ling. The Buddhas in the outside world continued to collapse. In the end, only one Buddha was left holding up the fort. However, if all 8 Buddhas were present, they could still suppress the Solar God clan. If there was only one Buddha, even if it was at its peak, it wouldn't be able to resist the siege of so many people. At this moment, in Burning Heart Mountain, the powerful Buddha had caught up with Lin Ling. He didn't do anything. The Buddha's light shone, enveloping Lin Ling in it. Lin Ling suddenly felt that he had entered a Buddha's world. When he looked up, he couldn't see anything. He could only see gods and Buddhas reciting Buddhist scriptures. The voices suppressed him from all directions, as if they wanted to beat Lin Ling back to his original form. The power of the universe is very strong. It's probably from the 6 realms great universe, or even the 5 realms. My Lin Ling universe can't resist it. My divine power and physical strength can't resist it either. Trapped in the Buddha's world, Lin Ling's face was solemn. He thought quickly and knew that the only way was to use the Sword of Faith. Back in the destructive divine mammoth, Lin Ling's Sword of Faith could break through the illusion. He wondered how it would be in the chaotic realm. Amitabha, good. Karma is a cycle. Is it fate? At this moment, outside the endless Buddha's light, an old man looked ahead and recited Buddhist scriptures. He seemed to want to beat Lin Ling back to his original form. In the Buddha's world, even if you are a great sage, you can't escape from the 5 Fingers Mountain. He slowly closed his eyes. In the outside world, the Solar God clan was still attacking the last Buddha. However, they found that this Buddha was extremely tenacious. It seems that the person who helped us is suppressed. Someone from the Solar God clan said immediately. That's right. The previous Buddhas collapsed, and some couldn't recover after being attacked. However, this Buddha can continue to recover. Although it can't resist the attacks of so many of us, it also means that the person who helped us has reached the limit. He has reached his limit. More people nodded. Everyone from the Solar God clan, remember this day, remember this moment, and remember the person who helped us. In the future, that person will forever be the benefactor of our Solar God clan. An old man from the Sun God race with 36 wings said in a dignified manner. We will remember. Everyone from the Solar God clan nodded. Break him. Then, the elder with 36 wings was the first to pounce on the Buddha and burst out with a terrifying attack. Rumble. That Buddha finally couldn't hold on any longer and was forcefully torn apart. This was also the first Buddha that they had broken without Lin Ling's help. After the 8 Buddhas were torn apart, the expressions of the gods in the distance changed drastically. They began to retreat. After all, they couldn't resist the attacks of the Solar God clan. Of course, they didn't expect the 8 Buddhas to fail. Otherwise, Dipankara Buddha would have asked the leaders of the White Mountain, Burning Heart, and Lamp Heart Divine Gates to help. Son of Light. Everyone from the Solar God clan looked ahead. There was a huge light screen there, and a young man was trapped inside. The young man's expression was normal as he looked indifferently at the arrival of the Solar God clan. This Son of Light was indeed the son of the Sun God. Even when life and death were close, he could still remain calm. However, at this moment, a smile appeared on his face. Dipankara Buddha, I'm about to escape. Your show is over. Rumble. As he said this, endless sun divine light surged out of his body and attacked the seal around him. After the Solar God clan in the distance arrived, they all burst out with all their strength and attacked the light to help the Son of Light. Amitabha, Son of Light, your life is not over. After escaping this time, there will be a catastrophe in the world. Alas, you have done your best. Unfortunately, the world is full of suffering, and we can't help it escape the sea of suffering. Chapter 5091. Suddenly, Dipankara Buddha's eyes lit up as if he had seen something. His expression instantly became angry. So, it's Lin Ling's doing. I didn't seal him back then, and now it's karma. Sigh. He stood up, took a step, and disappeared on the spot. Just as he disappeared, on the distant land, the young man shrouded in Buddha's light opened his eyes. Has he abandoned me? He spent so much effort to refine me into his Buddha's light. Why did he give up so quickly? Unless he met someone more worthy than me. The young man was the son of light. He could clearly sense that the seal was continuing to weaken. He estimated that he would be completely free in 30 minutes. He guessed that Dipankara Buddha's target had changed, and that target was obviously more attractive than him. Amitabha. On the other side, the old man was still silently chanting Buddha's voice, sealing Lin Ling with the power of the great universe. But at this moment he heard a voice. Amitabha, Dipankara Buddha, I will continue to seal this boy so that he can't escape from the 32 small phases sky, the universe of Buddhas. The old man immediately replied. The person who had spoken to him earlier was Dipankara Buddha. Dipankara Buddha had also instructed him to keep a close eye on Lin Ling. Envoy Cleansing Altar was very confident in this because his great universe was invincible. After it was sealed, it was difficult for any force to break it. But just as he thought this, a dazzling light shot out. The surface of the endless Buddha's light flashed like lightning and thunder, and a white crack appeared. Then, the crack cracked and shattered, revealing a big hole. It was as if the universe had been blasted apart, causing Envoy Cleansing Altar's expression to change drastically. In the blink of an eye, he saw a white-haired young man walk out, holding a dazzling light sword in his hand. His hair was white, and his expression was cold. On the sword, Envoy Cleansing Altar could clearly sense a powerful faith power. It should be known that the Buddha's power was condensed from millions of incense, but the faith power was a power that was not weaker than the Buddha's power. It's the power of the world will. Vile spawn, you're actually the host body of the world will. The envoy of the pure altar opened his eyes wide and continued to recite the Buddhist scriptures. His heart also felt as if it was about to explode. This was because he thought that it was just an ordinary god who was causing trouble in Burning Heart Mountain. He did not expect it to be the host body of the world's will. And the person who rushed out was Lin Ling. He didn't stop and randomly chose a direction to rush out. Lin Ling. However, just as he turned around, a cold shout was heard. When he turned around, he saw a thin and weak old man wearing a gray monk robe standing in the sky. This old man's skin was dry and his face was fleshless. He looked extremely ordinary. At this moment, he was glaring furiously at Lin Ling. He was none other than Dipankara Buddha God. How could Dipankara Buddha not be angry? He had finally caught the Son of Light and almost refined him into one of the light of Buddha. However, a piece of rat poop had spoiled the whole pot of soup. Most importantly, this person was his old enemy, Lin Ling. At that time, when he found out that Lin Ling had died, he felt a wave of pain in his heart because he still wanted to devour Lin Ling's world will. But who knew that many years later he received news that Lin Ling had been resurrected and had dominated the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to enter that place. He could only hope that the 3 divine gates of White Mountain would go in and capture him. Now, there was no need for him to capture him. Lin Ling was already here. Hello, old friend, long time no see. Lin Ling's heart beat violently, but he smiled politely on the surface. He never expected that Dipankara Buddha God would come. Could it be that the envoy of the pure altar had informed him? However, the envoy of the pure altar did not know who Lin Ling was at first. Only in the end, when Lin Ling used the power of the world will, did the other party guess his identity. His identity was revealed. This meant that it was not the envoy of the pure altar who told Dipankara Buddha God, but Dipankara Buddha God himself. Old friend. Hearing Lin Ling's words, even the staunch Dipankara Buddha God was boiling with anger at this moment. Don't be angry. Shouldn't Buddhas refrain from anger? Lin Ling smiled. Upon hearing that, Dipankara Buddha God closed his eyes and constantly recited Buddhist scriptures to suppress the impulse in his heart. The expression of the cleansed altar emissary beside him changed slightly. He had known Dipankara Buddha God for many years, but he had rarely seen him angry. Even when White Mountain was attacked by powerful gods and tens of thousands of Buddha gods were killed or injured, Dipankara Buddha God had never been angry. The only time he was angry seemed to be during the battle with Gautama Buddha God. Now it was the second time. He could not help but look at Linling. He was very curious about who this man was and how he could make Dipankara Buddha God so angry. Linling, you've come to the Chaos Realm again. This time, you won't be able to escape. Dipankara Buddha God opened his eyes and said coldly, "Don't be so impulsive. We're old acquaintances. Why do we have to fight every time we meet?" Linling sighed. He looked calm on the surface but was very nervous. Last time, it was because of the help of Guangchengzi and the others that he managed to escape by surprise. This time, Dipankara Buddha God would definitely be prepared. If he wanted to escape, the difficulty would probably increase by 100 times. Rumble. However, at this moment, a huge energy wave struck. The entire Burning Heart Mountain shook. Countless Buddhas were affected and countless were killed or injured. The sky was torn apart, and it was as if the entire Burning Heart Mountain was blasted apart. Sunlight shone in, and it was incomparably dazzling. Within the resplendent golden sunlight, countless gods descended. It was the sun god race. Son of Light. Dipankara Buddha God's expression turned ugly. The Son of Light had completely escaped. This person had inherited the mantle of the solar god and was extremely powerful. Dipankara Buddha God. A white-clothed youth walked over with a group of people from the sun god race. The youth's voice seemed calm, but there was a hint of anger mixed within. Linling, it's really you. Beside him, exclamations were also heard. Ning Qingxin, the 12-winged sun god, Yang Wei, and the others were all looking at Linling. So it was Mr. Linling who helped me. Here, I thank you. I will repay this great kindness in the future. The young man called Son of Light also stared at Linling and smiled politely. Obviously, he also knew who had helped him at the most critical moment. If it weren't for Linling, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape today. Although he was one of the 9 stars of the universe and Linling was the host of the 9 great world wills, they were mutually exclusive. However, when they fought, who knew when they would come? At least for now, Linling was a friend and not an enemy. That was enough. Ning Qingxin. Linling was also staring at the Solar God clan. After seeing Ning Qingxin, he couldn't help but smile happily. Then he saw the 12-winged sun god and the others. Finally, his gaze fell on the great god of Spirit Nation in the crowd. Chapter 5092. You must be the Son of Light. I'm here to help you at the invitation of Ning Qingxin and the 12-winged Yang God. It's best if I can help you. Afterward, Linling also saluted the Son of Light. Since the other party was so polite, he naturally would not put on airs. Haha, there's no need to be so polite between you and me. The Son of Light nodded. He had actually heard of Linling long ago, but this was the first time he had seen him. However, he did not expect that Linling would be so capable as to determine the victory of this divine battle. It was hard for him to imagine how Linling, who had no background and no helpers, had grown to such a height. After all, he also knew that among the 9 world will hosts, Linling was ranked 3rd, second only to Dipankara Buddha. Moreover, many world will hosts had a good relationship with Linling and were with Linling. Son of Light, you've already escaped. Why don't you leave the chaotic realm? Seeing that the Son of Light and Linling were talking, Dipankara Buddha finally could not help but interrupt. What happened in the past is karma. It's not that I, Dipankara Buddha, want to touch you. You can understand that there must be such a tribulation in your life, and I'm the one who will cross it for you. Now that you've crossed the tribulation, I don't need you to repay me. However, you must leave the 3 great gates of White Mountain. Ha! Hearing this, the Son of Light laughed sarcastically. He did not expect Dipankara Buddha to be so shameless. He obviously wanted to refine him, but he found such a righteous excuse. Those who did not know him would think that Dipankara Buddha was helping him become stronger. Stop dreaming, bald donkey. Today I, the Son of Light, am free and will sweep across the universe. You rotten god, I will avenge you. Today, you gave up on me to capture Lin Ling, so I will help Lin Ling escape. The Son of Light said coldly. Son of Light, your father is not as reckless as you are. He knows when to stop. Do you really think you can stop me with just the two of you? Dipankara Buddha's voice became dignified. Dipankara Buddha, I know that the one left here is only your avatar. If your real body were here, we would be no match for you. But if it's just your avatar, it can't stop us. The Son of Light seemed to be very familiar with Dipankara Buddha God. Your original self has been in seclusion for many years. Hasn't he come out yet? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It turned out that this was an avatar. This meant that the one he faced last time was also an avatar. Dipankara Buddha God was indeed more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin Ling could hardly stop an avatar. Lin Ling, leave immediately. While Lin Ling was thinking, the Son of Light also looked over. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot toward Lin Ling. After Lin Ling received it, he found that it was a jade bottle. There is the divine light of the sun inside. After leaving here, you can return to the Solar God clan with the help of the divine light of the sun. We will wait for you in the Tao Tower. Now, leave immediately. The Son of Light explained and shouted to the Solar God clan behind him, everyone, attack and stop Dipankara Buddha God. Kill. The Solar God clan and the gods shouted and erupted with a terrifying aura. They joined forces to suppress Dipankara Buddha God. This aura was so terrifying that it could destroy the universe. Lin Ling's pupils contracted. When could his people become so strong? He stared at the majestic Son of Light again and secretly envied him. Compared to the Son of Light, he was indeed much weaker. His aura was also much weaker. Lin Ling, thank you. Lin Ling didn't argue and flew into the distance. Lin Ling, don't think of leaving. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, Dipankara Buddha God was furious. He had abandoned the Son of Light because he realized that Lin Ling was more important. How could he let Lin Ling escape now? Moreover, Jinren Duobao, whom he had captured with great difficulty, had also disappeared. He guessed that Jinren Duobao had most likely been taken away by Lin Ling. The two world will hosts were about to disappear from his sight. Naturally, he couldn't swallow this anger. Sun God Halberd. Just as he was about to chase after Lin Ling, countless rays of sunlight suddenly shone over and locked onto Dipankara Buddha God. Halberds condensed from sunlight shot over. Their power was incomparably terrifying. They had actually reached over 10,000 units of divine power. Dipankara Buddha God wasn't afraid of a single sun god halberd, but there were more here. As expected of the Son of Light who has obtained the inheritance of the Sun God. With him around, the strength of the entire Sun God clan has increased greatly. As long as they are bathed in sunlight, they are almost invincible. Dipankara Buddha God's expression was solemn. He could only grit his teeth and watch Lin Ling escape. He sat cross-legged in the air, silently recited Buddhist scriptures, and transformed into a golden Buddha. Clang, clang. The incomparably terrifying Sun God halberd shot over, but they were all blocked by the Buddhist light. Sun God sword. The Son of Light's expression was cold as a golden longsword appeared in his hand. He looked at the golden Buddha and slashed fiercely. This slash could cut through countless years and universes. When it landed on the golden Buddha, it directly caused cracks to appear on the golden Buddha and it was on the verge of collapse. A mouthful of blood immediately flowed out from the corner of Dipankara Buddha God's mouth. His eyes were cold and unmoved. This was only his clone. If his main body was still here, he definitely wouldn't be afraid of the Son of Light. After all, the current Son of Light was only in the growth stage. Looking at the other side, Lin Ling could feel the intense battle behind him. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Sure enough, this was the true battle between the gods of the Chaos world. Unfortunately, he couldn't watch too much. He only hoped to leave the Chaos world immediately. He flew all the way forward. After flying for 2 hours, the Buddhist aura finally disappeared. This let Lin Ling know that he had rushed out of the territory of the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. It took him 2 hours to rush out. One had to know that Lin Ling's current speed was incomparably terrifying. He could cross a universe in the blink of an eye. The Son of Light left me a way out. As Lin Ling ran, he took out the jade bottle and found that it contained a ray of sunlight. This ray of sunlight was very mysterious. After sensing it, his entire body felt comfortable. What was strange was that he actually relied on this ray of sunlight to leave the Chaos Realm. He wanted to use this ray of sunlight to leave, but suddenly, Lin Ling frowned as he sensed a powerful force attacking him. It was very strong and it was the aura of Buddha. It seemed that Dipankara Buddha was chasing after him. Lin Ling, evildoer, where are you running to? I'm White Mountain Buddha. Sure enough, a deafening voice came from afar. However, it wasn't Dipankara Buddha, but an expert called White Mountain Buddha. Even so, Lin Ling knew that he was no match for him. Moreover, the longer he was entangled in the Chaos Realm, the more dangerous it would be for him. Scram! Lin Ling put away the jade bottle and hurriedly ran again. Although that ray of sunlight could allow Lin Ling to leave this place, it would definitely take a long time. If he was interrupted, it would be troublesome. Lin Ling panicked and did not know where to go. He could only bury his head and run. Behind them, a giant Buddha was galloping on the ground like a giant. Its speed was actually slightly faster than Lin Ling's. If not for the fact that they were far away to begin with, Lin Ling would have been caught up long ago. The two of them ran for a full hour. Suddenly, the ground in front of them changed. It was verdant and lush, and it looked like it was thriving. This was completely different from the dilapidated ancient Chaos Realm. Not good, we've reached Longevity Mountain. Chapter 5093. How did I get here? Lin Ling slowed down a lot because he realized that the Buddha behind him had also slowed down. Lin Ling also noticed that his surroundings were clearly different. Could it be that this is no longer the territory of the three divine gates of White Mountain? And from the looks of it, the Buddha is clearly afraid. Not only has he slowed down, but he doesn't even dare to approach. Lin Ling was shocked. Lin Ling. At the same time, the White Mountain Buddha said in a low voice, "This is not a place you can enter. Come out quickly or bear the consequences." Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Bear the consequences? Would he be fine if he left? No matter how dangerous it was, it couldn't be compared to being caught by the Dipankara Buddha. I don't know how to get out. Come in and take me out. Lin Ling replied. In the distance, the White Mountain Buddha's face turned cold. He was fuming with anger, but there was nothing he could do. This is the Longevity Mountain, the territory of the Earth Immortal Ancestor. This Earth Immortal Ancestor is one of the 8 gods, the 8 strongest rulers of the Chaos Realm. I can't afford to offend him. However, am I just going to watch Lin Ling escape? The White Mountain Buddha kept pondering. In the end, he didn't dare to enter the Longevity Mountain. Then, when he saw that Lin Ling was about to escape, he suddenly struck out a Buddhist seal at Lin Ling. Mahayana Orthodox branch. Endless Buddhist power condensed, transforming into a white Buddhist seal that disappeared in midair. In the distance, Lin Ling was escaping when his pupils suddenly narrowed. He sensed a mysterious power surging over. By the time he reacted, a mysterious Buddhist seal had already appeared on his chest. Soon after, Lin Ling noticed that all of his strength was sealed. His physical strength, God force, and even soul force were all sealed. What a domineering Buddhist seal! Lin Ling's expression changed as he sped up and disappeared into the mountains. Sealed by my Mahayana Orthodox branch, you will eventually turn into a relic. The White Mountain Great Buddha put his palms together and chanted Amitabha silently. Then he left. Along the way, he also encountered Dipankara Buddha. After some questioning, White Mountain Great Buddha told him what had happened. He went to the ancestor of the Earth Immortals' 10,000 years mountain. Dipankara Buddha's expression was extremely ugly. In the chaotic realm, he could be considered to be able to do as he wished. However, there were 8 places that he could not do so in, and one of them was Longevity Mountain. This was because a powerful ruler resided here, and his strength was so great that even if his true body came here, he would not be able to gain any advantage. In fact, the 3 great divine gates of White Mountain were also one of the 8 great divine generations, but they were ranked at the very bottom. Don't worry, I've already sealed Lin Ling. He can only turn into a Saraira. When the time comes, I'll bring the Saraira out. Lin Ling can't do as he pleases. The Baishan Great Buddha said proudly. It's hard to say. Lin Ling is an anomaly in the universe. We may not be able to control him. I estimate that it won't be long before he escapes. Dipankar Buddha closed his eyes slightly. It seems that we can only attack him in the Tao Pagoda. Hearing this, Baishan Great Buddha was not completely convinced. He still believed in himself. On the other side, Lin Ling walked along Tsang Mountain and found that it was extremely ancient. These trees seemed to have existed for hundreds of millions of years, but they were not huge. It was very strange. You want to seal me with a mere Buddhist seal? Then, Lin Ling growled as he controlled the power of faith and constantly attacked the Buddhist seal. The power of faith could break through the universe and all kinds of seals. At this moment, it turned into a sword and attacked Lin Ling's body, gradually cutting off the control of the Buddhist seal. Of course, this process was also extremely painful, as if his soul was being torn apart. It's really effective, but the process is too troublesome. It seems that it will take some time to crack it. Lin Ling's footsteps became staggered. Even though he had experienced all kinds of hardships, the feeling of his soul being torn apart was still unbearable. His mind suddenly went blank, and his entire body fell down. There was a small stream beside him, and the waves were very strong. After he fell, he was immediately pushed forward by the stream, and it went further and further until it entered a large river. The water of this big river was extremely clear. There were cobblestones at the bottom of the river, and countless small fish and shrimps were swimming around. It was like a fairyland. Lin Ling moved along with the river, and his breath disappeared. He was like an ordinary god. When the river gradually slowed down, he slowed down and floated in the river. And in the distant forest, the singing of a woman drifted over. A young girl was currently bathing in the river. The clear river water sprinkled on her skin, sparkling and translucent. Under the illumination of the sunlight, these water droplets made the young girl appear as pure and holy as a goddess from the 9 heavens. Ah! Suddenly, the girl let out a cry of surprise. With a wave of her small hand, a white veil appeared out of thin air, covering her perfect body. Her eyes stared ahead, and her right hand condensed a powerful divine vitality. She wanted to attack, but in the end, she did not because she found that the lecherous prodigal seemed to have no consciousness. She floated up, and her flawless jade-like feet lightly touched the water surface, and she floated forward. As expected, he is unconscious. Did he float along the river? The girl carefully looked at the man floating on the water surface, and her big eyes flashed with curiosity. She saw the man's white hair scattered on the water surface, and his facial features were cold and sharp like knives. His lips were tightly pursed, and a faint voice floated over. You. Although the voice was weak, the girl still heard it. She frowned slightly. You? What is this? She shook her head and wanted to leave, but when she saw the man's pained expression, she did not know why, but she could not bear to leave. There are divine beasts in this mountain. If he meets one, he will be eaten. Forget it, it is fate that we met. I will save him while I am at it. The girl waved her right hand, and a holy light appeared, enveloping the man, and he floated into the distance. After leaving the water surface, her flawless jade-like feet quietly turned into a snake tail. This snake tail was covered in white scales, and it looked extremely exquisite. The girl's lower body was that of a snake, and her upper body was that of a human. She flew with the man just like that. Not long after, layers of Taoist temples appeared in the mountains. Faint voices floated over, and they were neat and tidy, mixed with a powerful force. Wei Yang, you are back? What are you carrying? Before they got close to the Taoist temple, a few women in long robes flew over from the foot of the mountain. These women all had an otherworldly aura, and their every movement was like that of a goddess. Seeing these women, the girl's expression changed. With a wave of her right hand, she returned to her normal appearance and explained, I met this man on the way. He seems to be unconscious. I was afraid that he would be eaten by a divine beast, so I brought him back. Wow, how can this be? If your master finds out, he will definitely kill him. This man is quite good-looking. I wonder which Taoist temple's disciple he is from. The women chattered and surrounded the white-haired man, sizing him up. Don't worry, I will explain to your master. Chapter 5094. Following which, she and the other girls walked up the stairs to the Taoist temple. Along the way, many people looked over curiously. What is Feng Mo Yang bringing along? That's a man. Didn't she not allow men to get close? Who knows? Back then, Hua Jichu specifically asked Feng Mo Yang to become Dao companions. Now that she's bringing along a man, isn't this embarrassing for Hua Jichu? Feng Mo Yang didn't even agree. This is nothing. Whispers could be heard, causing the girl's eyes to flash, but she didn't care too much. Not long after, they arrived at a corner of the Taoist temple and knelt down. Honored teacher. A girl wearing a Taoist robe walked out. This girl carried a sword on her back and wore a fitting long robe. Her expression was cold, and she was extremely powerful. When she saw the girl, that coldness gradually disappeared, and her eyes were filled with a hint of affection. Who is this man? She looked at the white-haired man supported by Feng Mo Yang and asked, her voice filled with coldness and killing intent. Honored teacher, it's like this. The girl hurriedly explained, and the girl kept listening. Her eyes flashed slightly as she sized up the white-haired man. He's only an initial stage King Cosmos giant god. With such strength, he dares to casually barge into Longevity Mountain? Furthermore, there's a trace of Buddha energy in his body, but it's gradually dissipating. Her expression softened. The main reason was that this white-haired man was very weak. To her, he wasn't a threat at all. In fact, even when placed in the Taoist temple, his strength was at the bottom. Honored teacher, didn't you say before that everything has a reason? I met him, and perhaps this is the reason. Hence, I want to wait for him to wake up. The girl smiled at the girl. When did you become so kind-hearted? The girl scolded with a smile. But he's not strong enough to be a threat. Fine, let's leave him in the small house outside the Taoist temple. When he wakes up, we'll send him away. Remember, he's not allowed to enter the Taoist temple. The rules can't be broken, understand? I know that honored teacher is the best to me. The girl immediately acted coquettishly. She kept shaking the girl's hand, leaving the girl helpless. After a long time, she brought the man to a small courtyard far away from the Taoist temple. After putting him down, she smiled. Why hasn't he woken up after so long? Could he be injured? Mo Yang, didn't your master say that he's not injured? There's only Buddhist power in his body and it's gradually dissipating. But he has Buddhist power. Could it be that he's from Buddha or White Mountain? There were many young girls around Feng Moyang, and they were all chattering away. Not necessarily. Feng Moyang shook his head. I heard that many powerful gods from the primal chaos realm have entered the Dao Pagoda. Maybe he came from the Dao Pagoda. Dao Pagoda? The young ladies gasped and said, I heard that it's a place where gods fight each other. As long as the gods of the primal chaos realm finish their apprenticeship, they can enter the primal chaos realm and obtain the Dao realm universe. Yes, the primal chaos realm has been around for many years. I heard from your master that this universe will collapse in at most 300 million years. At that time, the Dao realm will become the next great universe. Therefore, whoever obtains the Dao realm will have half a foot in the sovereign realm. I heard that too. It's a pity that we're not qualified to finish our apprenticeship. Also, I heard from your master that the Dao Pagoda is very cruel. Many people who finish their apprenticeship will die once they enter. But he's only an initial stage King Cosmos giant god. How can he challenge the Dao Pagoda? The young ladies spoke one after another. Moyang. At this time, a young lady suddenly looked at Feng Moyang and said. Feng Moyang also looked at the young lady curiously and asked, What's the matter, Huan Ling? That Hua Jichu doesn't pester you all the time, does he? He even used the name of his sect to form a marriage alliance with you. You can use him to help. Tell the public that this man is your fiancé, and Hua Jichu will leave on his own. The young lady called Huan Ling took a step forward and whispered in Feng Moyang's ear. That's not good. Feng Moyang frowned. You've already escaped to Longevity Mountain. What's not good about that? Don't tell me you want to marry Hua Jichu? Huan Ling asked. Feng Moyang immediately shook her head, but her expression was still full of hesitation. I know you're kind and are afraid of implicating this man. But this man came from the Dao Pagoda. If something happens, he can just return to the Dao Pagoda. Besides, Hua Jichu has an extraordinary background. He won't be able to act against this man. If he does, he won't have any face. How about this? If you can't bear it, then let your teacher come out and talk to him. Huan Ling finally suggested. Hearing this, Feng Moyang finally nodded. In fact, she also hated that Hua Jichu. She looked at the sleeping white-haired man and thought to herself, at worst, I'll compensate you in the future. After another round of conversation, the young lady's curiosity was finally exhausted. They left in 2s and 3s, leaving only Lin Ling lying on the bed in the room. 2 hours later, Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were flashing. What Taoist temple is this? Feng Moyang and Huan Ling? That girl from before is very strong. In fact, when Feng Moyang brought Lin Ling to the Taoist temple, Lin Ling had already woken up. Because he was cautious, he pretended to be injured. But he didn't expect that after he hid his aura and strength, even that powerful girl couldn't see through him. She only thought that he was an ordinary early-stage king-level universe giant god. It seems that the place I'm in is the Longevity Mountain. There's a powerful god here, so the 3 great gates of White Mountain don't dare to approach. But now, the Buddhist energy in my body is weakening. My strength will recover soon. But the 3 great gates of White Mountain must be guarding outside the Longevity Mountain. Unless I leave the Longevity Mountain and return to the Dao Pagoda. But this place seems to be very safe. I can use the relic I got from the Burning Heart Mountain to smoothly break through and then return to the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling was still lying on the bed, his eyes flashing. Then he once again used the Sword of Faith to attack the Buddhist seal in his body, cutting that power. 1 night passed and there weren't many Buddhist seals left in Lin Ling's body. The next day, 2 figures walked into the small courtyard. They were the powerful girl from yesterday and Feng Moyang. Lin Ling also sat up. At this time, there was no need to continue pretending. You're awake. After the girl entered, she looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Thank you for your help, senior. Lin Ling bowed slightly. His eyes looked at Feng Moyang, but his heart suddenly trembled. Yesterday, he didn't look at Feng Moyang carefully. Now that he was face to face, he realized that Feng Moyang was extremely cute. Of course, this was secondary. The most important thing was that Feng Moyang's eyes were very similar to Yu Yu's. He suddenly remembered that in the primal chaos realm, he had detected Yu Yu's soul aura, but it disappeared later. It seemed that someone had acted to block his detection. This made Lin Ling secretly angry, and grief welled up in his heart. He and Yu Yu had been childhood sweethearts for many years. They had gone through countless ups and downs together and were rarely separated. Now they were separated by life and death. Lin Ling didn't even know where they were reincarnated. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's mood couldn't help but be depressed. Chapter 5095. The woman saw Lin Ling's angry face and thought that Lin Ling was thinking about what happened before he was injured. She said indifferently, I know you're angry, but I'm not interested in what happened to you. I'm only here for one thing. Stop. Her voice interrupted Lin Ling's thoughts. He said indifferently, what is it? He felt strange. With his status and strength, how could he be qualified to help this woman? It's very simple. I want you to set up a marriage contract with my disciple. The woman said calmly. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Set up a marriage contract? He did not hesitate at all and shook his head. When the woman saw Lin Ling's expression, she was not surprised. She continued, I can give you treasures to help you break through. You should know that it's very difficult to break through the strength of a god. If you don't have the opportunity, you won't be able to step into the realm of a god for the rest of your life. Then she thought for a moment and said, 3 chaos stones. Chaos stones were precious treasures of the chaos realm. They were priceless. Even one was enough for the gods to fight over. Master! Feng Moyang's expression also changed. My disciple has been forced into a marriage contract. However, she hasn't agreed yet. However, the other party has a powerful background and will definitely not let it go. That's why I need your help. As long as you agree, the 3 chaos stones will be yours. Moreover, I'll let you cultivate in the temple for 100 years and comprehend the laws of the universe. The woman waved her hand at Feng Moyang, stopping her from speaking. When Feng Moyang heard her master's words, she was in a daze. When she thought of the man who was pestering her, waves of sorrow rose in her heart. She was the most powerful and free god who yearned for the universe. She did not want to sacrifice herself for the sake of her race's strength. Lin Ling listened quietly to the woman's words. His expression gradually turned cold. It was impossible for him to be engaged to a woman he did not know. How could he let you down? Let down the woman who once loved him down. The woman kept staring at Lin Ling. When she saw that Lin Ling was unmoved, anger rose in her heart. With her strength, taking the initiative to beg this man should be grateful. Moreover, it was only a fake marriage. This man did not have to pay anything. On the contrary, she had given him precious chaos stones. 5. The woman gritted her teeth and said again. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not listen to a single word. He wanted to turn around and leave, but when he looked at Feng Moyang, a ripple suddenly appeared in his heart. They were too alike. Feng Moyang's eyes were too similar to Yuyu's. Both of them were pure and couldn't bear to hurt others. However, Lin Ling was very sure that Feng Moyang wasn't Yuyu. After all, at such a close distance, if Feng Moyang was Yuyu, how could he not detect it? All right, I promise you. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally decided. He really couldn't resist that kind of gaze. It was as if Yuyu was begging him for help. That's great. The woman's heart finally relaxed. She coldly said, don't worry, as long as this marriage is spread out, your mission will be completed. Our temple will also ensure your safety. As for the 5 chaos stones you want, I will give them to you now. After saying this, the woman handed over a bag. Inside were 5 multicolored stones. These stones not only contained powerful strength but also contained the great laws of the universe. Lin Ling did not pick them up, but his soul force probed them. Within these 5 stones, there was grand mist aura. From another perspective, this kind of precious stone was comparable to any city in the city of myriad gods. When? Lin Ling asked. 3 days from now. Although the woman was happy that this matter had been resolved, she was also secretly complaining about Lin Ling raising the price. She guessed that this white-haired man's refusal was not for any other reason but because the treasures offered were not enough. This kind of despicable person who raised the price on the spot was the most despicable. The woman did not say anything more and left with Feng Moyang. Too similar. I, Lin Ling, have seen countless women, but this is the first time I've seen a woman who resembles Yuyu so much. But where is Yuyu? This primal chaos realm is so big. How can I find her? Perhaps I should find out what kind of world the primal chaos realm is. Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. The longing suppressed in his heart, for some reason, became stronger and stronger. Perhaps today he had seen a woman who was too similar to Yuyu. He stood there quietly, ignoring the chaos stones left behind by the woman. To him, the chaos stones might be precious, but this was not the main reason why he stayed behind to help. No matter how precious the treasure was, it could never compare to the feelings he had for Yuyu. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and placed the 5 chaos stones in a corner of the room. He did not touch them. The Buddhist imprint in my body is getting weaker and weaker. The seal is about to be broken. And I have quite a number of relics. I reckon I can break through to the middle stage of the king-level cosmos giant god realm. Since I've promised her, I'll make use of this time to improve my strength. Lin Ling kept borrowing the power of faith to break the seal in his body. On the other side, in the Taoist temple, the woman floated up and sat cross-legged. rays of 5-colored light floated out from her body. In front of her, a large number of women sat cross-legged with their eyes closed. They were comprehending the great Tao that the woman had imparted. Their understanding of the universe gradually deepened. After a long time, the woman opened her eyes and smiled. "All right, this cultivation will end here. Today, I have something to tell everyone. In 3 days, Moyang will be married to that man. This matter must be spread. The more people know, the better. This way, that Hua Jichu will know how difficult it is and retreat." "Teacher, we don't even know his name, and you're letting him marry junior sister Moyang just like that?" A disciple laughed. "Furthermore, even though it's his fortune to be able to fake a marriage with junior sister Moyang, it's still a marriage. This seems a little unfair to him." Hearing this, Feng Moyang frowned. She felt that she owed that white-haired man. "Lanning, you're thinking too much. Even though that man isn't a heinous person, he's not an honorable person either. Did you know that your teacher gave him chaos stones?" The woman smiled. The disciples were in an uproar. So it was money. The woman who had previously felt injustice for Lin Ling no longer cared. Who would have thought that the white-haired man, who seemed steady, was actually a greedy person? "Furthermore, I gave him 3 chaos stones at the start, but he didn't want them." The woman continued. 3? Teacher, you're too generous." The disciples were in an uproar again. It's not just 3. Now it's 5. His greed is insatiable. At first, when I asked for 3, he refused. I thought he was a man of principle. In the end, when I asked for 5, he immediately agreed. The woman snorted coldly. I couldn't tell that he was so cold. He's actually so greedy. I was wrong about him. The female disciples had looks of disdain on their faces. At first, Feng Moyang felt that she owed that man, but after hearing your teacher's words, she gradually came to accept it. So he's here for the money. Furthermore, he's very greedy. He actually wants 5 chaos stones. Chapter 5096. Remember, you can't tell anyone about this fake marriage. Do you understand? The woman exhorted the disciples once more. Yes, master. The disciples replied. 3 days passed quietly. Today was the day of Feng Moyang's wedding. Although it wasn't very grand, at least the men and women in the Taoist temple knew about it. Why is Feng Moyang married? Could it be that she deliberately put on a show to get rid of Hua Jichu? Probably not. Feng Moyang is from the Nuwa clan. She wouldn't do such a dishonorable thing. But I heard that when Feng Moyang met that man, she was taking a bath and was taken advantage of by that man. She had no choice but to marry him in the end. Scum, hooligan, beast. A good goddess was actually snatched away by him. I'm so angry. That's nothing. I heard that man is very lecherous. He even looks at the female disciples on Martial Uncle's side. Sigh, I envy him. Waves of rumors spread out in the Taoist temple. As the person involved, Lin Ling didn't know at all. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. After all, he wouldn't be staying here for long. Instead, during these 3 days, he secretly investigated with his soul power. Through the conversations of the disciples in the Taoist temple, he found out that this was Longevity Mountain. There were countless Taoist temples, and it was the territory of the Earth Immortal Ancestor. Lin Ling had heard of the Earth Immortal Ancestor. If he remembered correctly, this was the ancient god who had planted the ginseng fruit. No wonder Dipankara Buddha didn't dare to come close. It turned out that he was also afraid of the Earth Immortal Ancestor. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that there were 8 ancient gods in the Chaos Realm. They had divided the Chaos Realm and no one dared to provoke them. Among the 8 gods, one of them was Patriarch Subhuti. Little Kunlun has always been with Patriarch Subhuti. I wonder how he is now. Lin Ling thought to himself. However, he still hadn't found any news about Yu. This made him very anxious and helpless. Hey, are you awake? At this time, a voice came from outside the room. Lin Ling packed up and walked out. He knew that today was the day of the fake marriage. After walking out, he immediately saw Feng Moyang and a few women standing there. Those women were looking at him with disdain. Feng Moyang was still alright, she couldn't be said to be disdainful, but her attitude was somewhat cold. I'm ready. Lin Ling didn't care about their opinions. What's your name? Only then did Feng Moyang look at Lin Ling. However, after exchanging glances with Lin Ling, her heart inexplicably trembled. Originally, she looked down on Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling was just a greedy person. However, after meeting Lin Ling's eyes, her emotions were quietly affected. In the white-haired man's eyes, she could vaguely see a trace of sadness and longing. Furthermore, she realized that the white-haired man's gaze towards her was very clean, so clean that not a single speck of dust could be seen. Lin Ling said bluntly. When he saw Feng Moyang's gaze again, he knew that it was difficult for him to reject this young lady. Forget it, just treat it as taking someone's money and helping them avoid disaster. Lin Ling? The name is quite nice, but I didn't expect his personality to be so greedy. The female disciples started chattering again and brought Lin Ling out of the small courtyard. On the way out, they met people who looked at them strangely. After Lin Ling and the rest walked far away, whispers filled with mockery and ridicule floated over. These words were nothing more than how Lin Ling took advantage of the situation. Lin Ling secretly shook his head. He didn't expect that just helping out would turn out like this. He didn't pay much attention to it and followed the crowd into the Taoist temple. At this moment, there were many experts sitting in the Taoist temple. Their strength was unfathomable. Even if Lin Ling used his full strength, he felt that he wouldn't be able to win. These people were sizing up Lin Ling as if they wanted to see through Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still had the Buddhist imprint on his body. In addition to the strength of Lin Ling's fleshly body, his soul force was hidden and couldn't be detected at all. Thus, all the experts thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary early-stage cosmos giant god. Where did your teacher come from? Is there anyone in your family? A white-haired old man asked. Lin Ling originally wanted to say Patriarch Subhuti, but after thinking about it, he finally gave up. Although Patriarch Subhuti had helped him several times, he had never personally accepted him as a disciple. I came from the Tao Pagoda. Lin Ling said. Tao Pagoda? You don't have a teacher, right? Well, today you and Feng Moyang are getting married. Your elder will be her revered teacher. The white-haired old man said. Lin Ling nodded. To him, this was just a fake marriage. It was fine as long as he put on an act. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't object, they followed the set of rules and got married. Finally, they became husband and wife, becoming Tao companions. The entire Taoist temple became lively. After a long time, Lin Ling was sent to the bridal chamber by the crowd. However, before entering the bridal chamber, Lin Ling heard the woman's threat, telling Lin Ling not to make the act real. Lin Ling didn't reply to her. Even if it was a real act, Lin Ling, wouldn't do it. Not to mention that Lin Ling was just taking someone's money to eliminate a disaster for them. The two entered the jubilant room. Lin Ling swept his gaze around and found that the rules were no different from a mortal's marriage. Then, he looked at Feng Moyang and found that she seemed to be very nervous. In fact, Feng Moyang was indeed very nervous. Although she knew that this was a fake marriage, if this Lin Ling made an excessive request, should she refuse? According to her original intention, this should be refused. However, she didn't know why she couldn't open her mouth. Moreover, even if they continued to put on an act, they should at least share a bed. Who knows if Lin Ling would make a move on her halfway? You sleep in the room, I'll be in the hall. Without waiting for Feng Moyang to speak, Lin Ling left the room, leaving Feng Moyang standing there in a daze. Originally, Feng Moyang had thought of an excuse to reject Lin Ling. In the end, Lin Ling was even more clean than her and took the initiative to leave. Could it be that she had always wronged him? Or could it be that he really came for money and didn't care about women? With complicated thoughts, Feng Moyang lay down on the bed. Her mood was very complicated. She felt a sense of relief and some guilt. Of course, she also felt more carefree. Niece Feng. But at this moment, a voice came from outside the small courtyard, causing Feng Moyang's expression to change. She quickly took off her phoenix robe and changed into her resting clothes. She wanted to go out and explain. However, The door to the small courtyard was already opened. What's the matter? My wife is now asleep. If there's nothing important, please don't disturb us. It was Lin Ling's voice. An old man stood outside the door. At this moment, he looked surprised. Then he smiled and said, Nothing. I just heard that niece Feng has gotten married and came late to congratulate you. That's why I came to congratulate you. Thank you. Now that the congratulations are over, Senior can leave. After all, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. I think Senior can understand us. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Understood, I understand. The old man laughed heartily. After congratulating Lin Ling, he swaggered away. Chapter 5097. After entering the mansion, Lin Ling once again sat down in the main hall. In the room, Feng Moyang felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She knew that the old man from before was one of Hua Jichu's men. In order to determine whether or not she was married, he had come to investigate. However, she did not expect that Lin Ling would actually do better than her and take the initiative to smooth things over for her. With this thought in mind, Feng Moyang gradually fell asleep in a daze. In the main hall, Lin Ling was still attacking the Buddhist seal in his body. In fact, in the past 3 days, the Buddhist seal had already been attacked by him. However, in order to not be detected, he still left a little behind. Now that the marriage had been settled, there was no need to keep it anymore. A feeling of his soul being torn apart came over him. The Buddhist seal had been completely broken. Lin Ling finally let out a light breath. At this moment, in the 3 great divine gates of White Mountain, a huge white jade statue of a Buddha sat on the ground. Around it, there were tens of thousands of Buddhas silently chanting Buddhist scriptures. However, at this moment, the great Buddha opened his eyes. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. Amitabha, this Lin Ling really escaped from my Buddhist seal. He was the White Mountain Great Buddha. He could sense the disappearance of the Buddhist seal. Right now, Lin Ling is probably still in the 10,000 Years Mountain. We can't casually approach that area. We can only watch him disappear. In the sky, an old man appeared. He was riding a green lion and had a kind smile on his face. He was one of the strongest Buddhist gods in the 3 great divine gates of White Mountain, Burning Heart Ancient Buddha. On the other side, an old man whose entire body was shining with golden light appeared. It was the Supreme Lamp Heart Great Golden Buddha. He held a lamp heart in his palm. The lamp heart was burning and emitting a gentle light. At a glance, one could tell that it was a supreme treasure. Before, if he had brought the Buddhist seal into the Dao Tower, we could have used it to enter the Dao Tower and capture Lin Ling alive. I didn't expect that Lin Ling would not have gone to the Dao Tower and missed such a good opportunity. Perhaps, someone in the Chaos Realm is helping him. The Golden Buddha holding the heart of the lamp smiled faintly. Dipankara Buddha said that Sage of Many Treasures was also taken away by Lin Ling, and Lin Ling has 3 world will host bodies, Lei Gong, Xiaoluan, and Longyang. Therefore, we must capture Lin Ling no matter what. As long as we capture Lin Ling, we will be able to capture the 5 world will host bodies. Great Buddha Baishan said indifferently. The 9 great world will hosts are all growing at a crazy rate. One of them has been devoured by Lin Ling. Only the great god of Spirit Nation, the Taoist of Many Treasures, and the strongest Tong Tian are left. Among all the world will hosts, Lin Ling is ranked 3rd. He is the key. The other strongest Buddhas and gods nodded. At the same time, in the Supreme Taoist Temple of Longevity Mountain, Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. The moment the Buddha seal disappeared, he could sense that someone was spying on him. However, this spying was very brief and disappeared after a moment. The grudge between me and Dipankara Buddha is getting bigger and bigger. It seems that I will be in more danger in the Tao Pagoda. Fortunately, Dipankara Buddha is not the strongest in the Chaos Realm. There are still a few sovereigns suppressing him, making him unable to deal with me. Lin Ling closed his eyes again. He did not choose to break through. After all, this place was not suitable for the time being. After entering Lin Ling universe, he saw Sage of Many Treasures. Lin Ling, are you okay? When Sage of Many Treasures saw Lin Ling, he was obviously very excited. Lin Ling roughly told him what had happened. When he heard that the Solar God race had helped Lin Ling, Sage of Many Treasures was obviously shocked. However, when he learned that Lin Ling was doing well in Longevity Mountain, he was finally relieved. Tell the Yellow Emperor and the others to be careful of the people from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. If they have the chance, they should enter the 4th level because the 3 divine gates of White Mountain will probably let people enter the 3rd level. I'm afraid that they will go straight for the Yellow Emperor and the others. Lin Ling warned. I'm still in the Chaos Realm for the time being. After I break through, I will leave. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Ling also left. Now, it was difficult to stay on the 3rd level because the Yellow Emperor and the others had been exposed. Only by entering the 4th level would they be safe. At that time, it would take a long time for the 3 divine gates of White Mountain to find them. However, the experts on the 4th level were as common as clouds. There were probably many great gods of the Chaos Realm inside. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was only average. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to break through in the Chaos Realm and then return to the Dao Pagoda. Early the next morning, Feng Moyang walked out of her room. When she saw Lin Ling cultivating in the hall for the entire night, she suddenly felt a little guilty. How long will this marriage last? Lin Ling looked at Feng Moyang and said. Feng Moyang was originally feeling a little guilty, but when she heard Lin Ling's words, she didn't know why, but anger rose in her heart. She wanted to make up for it, but in the end, this person saw the marriage as a business transaction and was waiting to leave. Don't worry, when this matter reaches Hua Jichu, you can leave, Feng Moyang said coldly. Lin Ling nodded and walked out of the hall. Since it's a marriage according to the rules of mortals, you should also eat according to the rules of mortals. What do you want to eat? Hearing this, Feng Moyang was stunned for a moment and said unhappily, whatever. Speaking of eating, she hadn't tried it for many years and had almost forgotten the taste. However, she obviously didn't care much about it. She sat quietly in the hall and looked around. Suddenly, she felt a little emotional. Although every woman yearned for a wedding, she didn't expect that her wedding would be spent with a strange man in order to escape from Huajichu. Although this was a fake marriage, when she thought about it, there was still a strange feeling. At this moment, a fragrance came. It had the smell of wheat and it made one's appetite rise. She immediately looked up and saw Lin Ling walking in with a pot of porridge. At the same time, he put down the bowl and chopsticks on the table. After filling a bowl for himself, he began to eat. How rude! Seeing that Lin Ling was only eating her own food, Feng Moyang was immediately unhappy. She looked at the porridge on the table with disdain and said coldly, "This kind of mortal food will definitely affect the cultivation in my body after swallowing it. I won't eat it even if you beat me to death." Voila! Lin Ling continued to eat the porridge, ignoring her. In fact, it was Lin Ling who wanted to eat it. After all, ever since he died and was resurrected, he hadn't eaten mortal delicacies for many years. Especially when he was in the underworld, he was wholeheartedly thinking about revenge. Occasionally, he would think about the wine he drank and the delicacies he ate when he was alive. This made him forget to go back. Perhaps, delicacies and wine were symbols that proved that he was still alive. I often eat delicacies and occasionally eat some porridge. It feels good. Lin Ling was extremely satisfied with the porridge he cooked. After drinking 3 big bowls, he left. Where are you going? Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, Feng Moyang couldn't help but ask. I'm just walking around. Lin Ling replied, Eat the porridge while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. Dream on, even if you beat me to death, I won't eat mortal food. Chapter 5098. Feng Moyang sat alone in the hall, feeling bored. She stared at the porridge on the table and frowned, muttering to herself, I'll just try a mouthful. This thing without any spiritual energy definitely won't taste good. She scooped up a bowl of porridge and tasted it. Her expression changed instantly, revealing a happy smile. So fragrant. Rumble. She immediately ate 3 big bowls, eating until her stomach was round. In the Chaos Realm, The gods only ate heavenly treasures. How could they know how to cook? To the gods, cooking was simply a waste of time. Therefore, Feng Moyang rarely ate such things. Her impression of good food was also very ordinary. This was the first time she had eaten something so delicious. I didn't expect this greedy guy to cook so well. She stared outside the door and muttered to herself. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking around the Taoist temple. Finally, he stood at the edge of a cliff and looked into the distance. Layers upon layers of majestic mountains appeared before his eyes. There were also countless Taoist temples hidden within these mountains. There are many Taoist temples in the Longevity Mountain. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Lin Ling, I've promised you that I'll help you break through to the next level. Now, go and look for Uncle Master Gua. Just follow that path. However, you only have one chance. Whether you can break through will depend on your luck. At this moment, a voice came from behind. It was Feng Moyang's master. Martial Uncle Gua? Lin Ling frowned slightly. The woman said proudly, that's right. Martial Uncle Gua is formed from a ginseng fruit. His universe can allow gods to break through. With the 5 chaos stones I gave you, your chances of breaking through will be as high as 60%. If you can't even break through, then you'll be dead. If you can't break through, then I can only say that this is your fate. With that, the woman turned and left. Lin Ling didn't care about her attitude. He walked in the direction the woman pointed. Soon, he saw a garden filled with all kinds of strange plants. There were so many of them that it was as if they had accumulated the primal chaos realm. Tao realm. They were like plants that were billions of years old. The gate to the garden was open. Lin Ling saw this and shouted a few times at the gate. Seeing that there was no response, he walked into the garden. As soon as he entered, Lin Ling sensed a mysterious aura permeating over. It was the power of the universe. Moreover, this great cosmos was clearly different. It had no offensive or defensive power. It was a very pure great cosmos law. For example, a country was like the universe, and its attack and defense were its soldiers. However, the country that Lin Ling encountered now had no soldiers, only plants that supported the country's finances. It had to be said that this country was overflowing with wealth, causing the people in the country to live very comfortably. What a strange universe! Lin Ling was secretly shocked. If his Lin Ling universe also had these laws, then the entire universe would be greatly improved. Although its offensive and defensive power wouldn't change, the cultivation speed of the gods in the universe would be much faster. More heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be born. Hee hee, it's Lin Ling, right? I was also at the wedding yesterday. I saw you. At that moment, an old man dressed like a farmer walked over. He was carrying a hoe and had a towel hanging around his neck. He looked sweaty. Senior, Feng Moyang's master asked me to come. Lin Ling said, I know. She told me to help you break through as much as possible. Come, follow my instructions and enter my great cosmos. The old man laughed, looking very easy to talk to. However, it wasn't difficult for Lin Ling to break through. He didn't come here to break through. Senior, other than helping people break through, is there anything else here? Lin Ling asked. You're afraid that you can't break through, right? I heard that Feng Moyang gave you 5 chaos stones as dowry. With this dowry and my great cosmos law, breaking through isn't difficult at all. Don't worry. The old man thought that Lin Ling wasn't confident in breaking through. No, senior. I want to see the great cosmos law here. Lin Ling said. See my great cosmos law? Lin Ling, it's not that you can't see it. In fact, everyone in the Taoist temple has the opportunity to see it. However, if you see it, you'll miss the opportunity to break through. You have to think carefully about the disadvantages. Moreover, your wife Feng Moyang is a disciple of the Taoist temple, but you don't count. According to the rules, if you want to see my garden's great cosmos law, you have to do something. The old man stopped smiling and said lightly, Senior, please speak frankly. Let me think. Forget it. I can't think of any test at the moment. Then tell me, what is this plant of mine? The old man casually pointed at a vine to test Lin Ling. If Lin Ling couldn't answer, he would have an excuse to reject Lin Ling. It wasn't difficult for him to help Lin Ling break through, but to let Lin Ling comprehend his great cosmos law was against the rules. Lin Ling immediately looked at where the old man was pointing and realized that it was a vine. Moreover, this vine looked very familiar. Then, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Wasn't this vine little Kunlun? Of course, this vine was obviously much younger than little Kunlun. It should be in the stage of growth. This is little Kunlun. After it grows up, it will often emit Kunlun sounds. Lin Ling said. What? The old man's eyes widened. This Lin Ling knew this vine? Its name is Kunlun Divine Wood. Lin Ling said again. How do you know? The old man suddenly shouted. This kind of Kunlun Divine Wood, not to mention the Dao Pagoda, even in the most ancient chaotic realm, there were not many. He had only obtained one by luck, and he thought it would be enough to stump Lin Ling. But who knew that Lin Ling knew it clearly? This kind of thing could be said to be 1 in a billion. Senior, I know it because of a friend of mine. He is Kunlun Divine Wood. Lin Ling didn't hide it. The old man looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a monster, and said in disbelief, ever since the world's will was destroyed, there are no more than 3 Kunlun Divine Woods in the entire universe. I only have one in the Chaos realm, and perhaps there is one in the Dao realm. Your friend actually has one as well? Where was your friend born? In my hometown. So that's how it is. It's probably due to luck that a seed survived in another realm. However, even if the Kunlun Divine Tree sprouted, it would be extremely difficult for it to grow. Tell me honestly, have you always brought your friend with you? Senior, you're right. No wonder. Because your friend didn't grow with the help of the universe's spiritual chi, but with the spiritual chi that you emitted from time to time. I can see that your relationship is very good. Based on how you treat him, I will treat you as a friend. After all, I am transformed from a ginseng fruit, and am also a plant. The old man had a good impression of Lin Ling suddenly. He seemed to think of something. Is your friend in the Chaos realm now? If so, I have seen him at the Bodhi Celestial Cave. Chapter 5099. Don't worry, he's fine. He's already transformed into a human and is very powerful. The old man laughed. To tell you the truth, you're only half a member of the Supreme Taoist Temple. You're not qualified to comprehend my universal laws. However, you're a friend of little Kunlun, so you're my friend. I'll allow you to comprehend them. Thank you. Thank you, Senior. Thank you. Lin Ling was overjoyed. Follow me. Next, the old man led Lin Ling forward and came to a corner of the garden. There was a huge ancient tree planted on the ground. The ancient tree was verdant and lush, and its leaves were shaped like a palm. It was very strange. However, under the ancient tree, Lin Ling could feel the rich spiritual energy rushing toward him, making him feel very comfortable. Then, Lin Ling realized that the aftereffects of his body from the battle were also quietly recovering. The bodies of gods were very strong. Even if there were any aftereffects, they would be able to recover after a long time, unless it was a chronic disease. However, this kind of chronic disease would not affect the gods much. After all, gods were much more powerful than warriors. They had the power to change fate and create worlds. They were like a big universe. The flaws of the universe were naturally not important. But now, under the ancient tree, the chronic disease was recovering. It was very miraculous. One had to know that not even Pangu bodies could do such a thing. Senior, Lin Ling looked up at the ancient tree above him. Lin Ling, don't call me Senior. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Gua. The old man laughed and looked up. To tell you the truth, this is a ginseng fruit tree. Ginseng fruit? Lin Ling's eyes widened. Naturally, he had heard of this precious fruit. According to legend, even an ordinary person could extend their lifespan by just smelling it. If they took a bite, they would probably live as long as the heavens and earth. Of course, this was only for mortals. For gods, their lifespan would only be longer. After all, a mortal's lifespan was very long, but a god's lifespan was just a period of secluded cultivation. This ginseng fruit tree is actually not a real ginseng fruit tree. It grew from a sapling and then accumulated countless universal laws. A real ginseng fruit tree is a big universe of its own and does not rely on external forces to grow. It's here. The old man suddenly sighed and looked into the distance. In the entire chaotic realm, no, in the entire universe, there is only one real ginseng fruit. This one is also in the hands of the Earth immortal ancestor. Linling, Linling, you know a lot of things. That's right, the real ginseng fruit tree is in the hands of the earthly immortal ancestor. This earthly immortal ancestor is the ancestor of all creatures. Like me, little Kunlun would be easily controlled by him. Zizi is easy to talk to. Normally he won't attack us. Moreover, in his Taoist temple, there are many ginseng fruits that have turned into humans, and now they have all entered the Tao pagoda. The old man laughed. Linling was secretly shocked. He had always been curious about what kind of experts were on the 4th and 5th floors of the Tao pagoda. After all, he had a rough idea of the strength of Tao realm gods. Overall, there were very few who were stronger than him. Now, it seemed that ancient gods had entered the chaotic realm. When the worlds will destroyed the world, there were actually some gods who did not die. These gods are all in the chaotic realm. The old man said. Linling nodded. It was no wonder that the gods of the chaos realm were stronger. After all, in terms of time, they had cultivated longer than others. Go, meditate under the ginseng fruit tree. You can meditate as much as you can. Don't be afraid of the Supreme Taoist Temple's opinion because this is what I want you to meditate. It has nothing to do with the Taoist Temple. Thank you, Brother Gua. Don't mention it. Your friend is the Kunlun divine tree, which is equivalent to my friend. After a while, Linling sat cross-legged under the ginseng fruit tree and began meditating. Voila! As soon as he sat down, Linling sensed that his surroundings had changed. The sky had disappeared, and the earth had disappeared. All that was left was a universe that looked like a starry sky. And in this universe, a huge ancient tree was floating there, swaying slightly and rustling. He looked up and saw that in the big tree, sparkling lights were flickering like stars. What a huge universe! Linling was secretly shocked. His soul force spread out, and around his body, there was a faint mist. This was because Linling was also releasing his own Linling universe. Vaguely, Linling could detect countless faces floating in front of him. There was Yu, Ancestor Din, his mother Munyenchen, the Yellow Emperor, Lei Gong, and too many. These faces seemed to be inextricably linked to Linling. They were constantly connected, like a great law of the universe, and also like fate. Linling vaguely understood something, but when he thought about it carefully, he still felt confused. These faces seemed to be saying that Linling was a person in the universe, and that they could appear there was actually inextricably linked to Linling. While Linling was comprehending, his Linling universe's laws were constantly improving. Fellow cultivator Linling is comprehending the great laws of the universe. His comprehension speed is indeed faster than ours. In the void, Linling's doppelgangers appeared. They smiled and began to absorb the great laws of the universe that Linling comprehended. Time passed quietly. Suddenly, Linling felt that the ancient tree in front of him disappeared, and all the star-like sparkling lights disappeared. A smiling face appeared in front of him. It was Brother Gua. Linling, you've been comprehending for 3 days. It's time to go back and take a look. That little girl Wei Yang will scold me to death if she stays alone in an empty room. So he was interrupted by Brother Gua. Linling's face was gloomy. He wanted to say that his marriage with Feng Moyang was just a fake one, but he held it in. Since Brother Gua didn't know, it meant that Feng Moyang didn't want too many people to know about the fake marriage. Okay, thank you, Brother Gua. Since he was interrupted, Linling stood up, chatted with Brother Gua for a while, and then left. On the way to the small courtyard, Linling could feel a lot of eyes pointing at him. It's him, that despicable man. He got close to Feng Moyang and used the opportunity to enter the Supreme Taoist Temple. Despicable man, I really want to teach him a lesson. In the Taoist Temple, other than the women, there were many men, and their faces were filled with jealousy. Among the crowd, a skinny man stared coldly at Lin Ling and thought to himself, "Young Master Hua asked me to investigate him, but no matter how I looked, this kid's background is very ordinary. Moreover, he's cohabiting with Feng Moyang, even if it's a fake marriage. Do you still dare to ask for it?" Chapter 5100. You're back. Seeing Lin Ling's return, Feng Moyang's eyes were filled with resentment. She felt that Lin Ling had been gone for too long, but she wasn't willful, so she didn't mind it. "Where did you go?" Feng Moyang asked. "I went to Eldergua's place. Your master asked me to go," Lin Ling said honestly. Feng Moyang immediately sized up Lin Ling and sighed. "Your aptitude is really bad. You're still at the early stage of the universe giant god. If it was someone else, they would have broken through with Eldergua's garden. Forget it, I'll find time to talk to Eldergua. I'll give you a chance to comprehend again." Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head secretly and didn't explain anything. "What's with your expression? Can't you say thank you? Eldergua only allowed you to comprehend in the garden because of my master. After all, not everyone has the chance to enter even if you're a disciple of the Taoist temple." Feng Moyang was dissatisfied. Lin Ling opened his mouth. He wanted to say that he didn't comprehend in Eldergua's place because of Feng Moyang's master, but because he and Eldergua felt like old friends at first sight, thus forming a friendship. However, he didn't say anything in the end and went back to cooking. To him, he was going to live a fake life anyway, so he might as well live like a mortal. This way, he could improve his state of mind. "I'm going to cultivate in the afternoon and break through," Feng Moyang said unhappily when she saw Lin Ling leave just like that. "I know." Lin Ling nodded and went back to cooking porridge. Thinking that Feng Moyang was about to break through, he added some rare treasures in the porridge. Some of these treasures were from Lin Ling's personal collection, and some were given by Eldergua. Feng Moyang saw Lin Ling's indifferent expression and became even angrier. She sat there sulking for a long time and finally sighed softly. "Forget it, why should I be angry with him? When Hua Jichu receives the news, he and I will be separated. We will never see each other again. It doesn't matter." She wanted to cultivate, but the fragrance of rice suddenly wafted over, causing her to subconsciously lick her lips. Last time, she had eaten all of Lin Ling's porridge. After not eating for 3 days, she was secretly craving for it. Now that she smelled this fragrance, how could she endure it? After a while, Lin Ling came back with a pot of porridge. He put it on the table and filled a bowl for himself. Then he started eating. This arrogant fart, eating by himself and not calling me. Looking at Lin Ling, Feng Moyang was so angry that she secretly stomped her feet. Originally, Lin Ling didn't ask her to eat, and she was too lazy to eat. She couldn't be looked down upon by others. But in the end, he couldn't hold back his craving for food. He also sat down, filled his own bowl with the fragrant porridge, and began to eat happily. Lin Ling immediately raised his head with a strange expression. "Didn't you say that it wouldn't be too late for my porridge even if you beat me to death? Also, this porridge is a mortal's food. Eating it will affect one's cultivation. Why are you eating it too?" Obviously, he didn't know that Feng Moyang had drunk all of his porridge after he left last time. "You!" Feng Moyang was so angry that she pouted her small mouth and said, "Why do you care? Also, this courtyard is mine, the divine rice you found is also mine, even this pot is mine, why can't I eat it? I want to eat it and I want to eat it all. As long as you're happy." Lin Ling was speechless. He didn't object to Feng Moyang eating, he was just curious for a moment. Moreover, other than Feng Moyang's rice, he, Lin Ling, also provided a lot of universe-level spirit herbs. Was it more precious than the divine rice? However, ripples also appeared in his heart because Feng Moyang's tone and temperament were too similar to Yuyu's. Back then, Lin Ling was fighting outside, but when he was free, he would stay at home and accompany his family. At that time, it was the same as now, eating mortal food and living an ordinary life. It was a different taste. Perhaps, Lin Ling had experienced too many life and death situations outside, so he knew that ordinary life was real. Thinking of this, Lin Ling finished the bowl of porridge in his hand and then entered the hall. I'm full, you eat slowly. At this moment, Lin Ling obviously missed Yu, but the more he missed her, the more painful his heart felt. Rude. Feng Moyang originally wanted to reprimand, but she sensed that Lin Ling's mood was different from usual, so she finally fell silent. She could sense that Lin Ling was filled with longing. I always thought that he was a money grubber, but I didn't expect that he also had a lover. However, even in the chaos realm, he is still thinking of his lover. It seems that their relationship is very good. Feng Moyang suddenly became very curious. What kind of woman was hidden in Lin Ling's heart? So fragrant. Next, she didn't think too much and finished all the porridge in big mouthfuls, even licking the bottom of the pot. Only then did she smile with satisfaction. I didn't expect that the porridge cooked by this money grubber is really good. If it's his real wife, then I can eat it every day, and looking at him, other than cooking porridge, he's also very good at cooking other things. I really want to eat it. Feng Moyang's face was all smiles, like a little foodie. But when she thought that the two of them were just pretending to be married, she finally curled her lips and went to cultivate. On the other side, after Lin Ling entered the hall, he sat down cross-legged and quietly took out the Saraira to refine. He had already reached the edge of a breakthrough, just that he hadn't broken through yet. Although Lin Ling now had 8 dantians, and there were definitely many treasures that he needed, Lin Ling had already prepared enough Saraira. After all the Saraira in the entire Burning Heart Mountain had been plundered by him. Lin Ling held the Saraira and quietly refined it. The Chaos Godly formula was indeed the #1 technique in the universe that could refine anything. The Saraira was refined into Buddhist energy, and then converted into godly energy, constantly strengthening Lin Ling's dantian. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling's 8 dantians exploded at the same time, and powerful godly energy rolled in his body, more than twice as strong as before. After breaking through, Lin Ling's godly energy also increased crazily, reaching more than 400 billion. One had to know that ordinary giant universe gods didn't have more than 4,000 godly energy. From this, one could see how terrifying Lin Ling's 8 dantians were. His godly energy had increased by several times. Finally, I've broken through to the middle stage of the king-level giant universe god. Now, I'm absolutely invincible among the king-level giant universe gods. As long as it's an early-stage giant universe god in the saint level, there's probably no one who's a match for me. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. This trip to the primal chaos realms seemed to be full of danger, but his harvest was also good. He was just about to stabilize his realm when suddenly, his expression changed. He sensed that Feng Moyang was also breaking through in the room, but she seemed to have reached a critical moment and failed. Chapter 5101. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling rushed into the room. This was also the first time he entered Feng Moyang's room since their fake marriage. After entering, he saw Feng Moyang sitting on the bed with a painful expression. Her entire body was trembling slightly, as though she had reached an extremely critical moment. Seeing that expression, Lin Ling's heart trembled. Too similar to Yu. You, let me help you. Lin Ling rushed over and sat down in front of Feng Moyang. His hands activated powerful godly origin energy, helping Feng Moyang break through the barrier. However, Lin Ling had just broken through, and his realm was not stable. Now that he was fully activating his godly origin energy, it would undoubtedly have a huge impact on him. Unfortunately, in Lin Ling's eyes, the person in front of him was no longer Feng Moyang, but Yu. For Yu, he would not hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire. At this moment, Feng Moyang felt the godly origin energy in her body in chaos. It kept attacking everywhere, and her entire dantian felt like it was about to collapse. Her godly embryo, under the impact of the energy, was also in a mess. Feng Moyang instantly knew that she was about to fail in her breakthrough, and the price of failure was that she would not be able to break through again for the rest of her life. At the very least, she would be reduced to ashes. The breakthrough of a god was one step at a time. Once you crossed the threshold, you would be free to fly. Once you failed, the price would naturally not be small. Honorable teacher, honorable teacher. Feng Moyang shouted in her heart, hoping that her teacher could come and help. Unfortunately, he was too far away, and her honorable teacher could not hear her. Furthermore, she was too confident. The breakthrough of a middle-stage St. Cosmos giant god should be under the care of her honorable teacher. Rumble, 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 rumble. As time passed, Feng Moyang could no longer hear anything other than the deafening sound in her dantian. Furthermore, the godly origin energy in her dantian was becoming more and more chaotic, as though it was going to tear her apart. This made her realize that the aftereffects of this failed breakthrough were more terrifying than she had imagined. However, at this moment, a powerful godly origin energy suddenly rushed in like a new army, constantly suppressing the chaotic dantian and bringing it towards the same direction. And that direction was the realm. Most importantly, this powerful godly origin energy passed through her limbs and bones, making Feng Moyang extremely comfortable. Who is it? Feng Moyang was shocked and suddenly realized that in this small courtyard, other than Lin Ling, there seemed to be no one else. Could it be that Lin Ling was helping him? Feng Moyang was dumbfounded. Lin Ling was only a king-level giant universe god. How could the deity origin energy in his body be enough to help him break through to Great Kai? Even his body would be affected. If it was light, his cultivation would be damaged. If it was serious, he might even die. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation level was ultimately too low. Lin Ling, I don't need your help. Thinking of this, Feng Moyang shouted in her heart. She believes that Lin Ling must have heard it. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care at all. He controlled his divine essence to help Feng Moyang break through the barrier. With the passage of time, the vortex appeared once again. It was as if they had entered a new world. Feng Moyang broke through once more. Feng Moyang was shocked. Lin Ling's cultivation level was so low. How could he help her break through? This was impossible. She could clearly feel that Lin Ling's deity origin energy wasn't like that of a king-level giant universe god. It was more like that of a saint-level giant universe god. Could it be that he was refining treasures at the same time? Long. At this time, the breakthrough had reached the most critical moment. It was like a frozen lake with a large number of fish trying to break out of the ice. However, this thin layer of ice was no small matter. If they wanted to break through, they would need the support of an even larger amount of spiritual energy. I've just broken through, and most of the treasures on me have been used up. Damn it. At this moment, Lin Ling was constantly pouring out the deity origin energy in his body. However, he still felt that his deity origin energy wasn't enough. Although he had 8 dantians, and his deity origin energy was comparable to that of a saint-level giant universe god. But for a saint-level giant universe god to break through, the amount of spiritual energy required was 10 times or even 100 times. Now, he had very few treasures on him. He could only hold on. Pung. Time and time again he failed. Lin Ling's mouth was overflowing with blood. His 8 dantians were also in turmoil. His powerful fleshly body was about to be torn apart. However, Feng Moyang didn't feel the pain of breaking through. This was because Lin Ling was the one who helped her break through. However, she could feel what Lin Ling was enduring. Stop, I don't want to break through anymore. Lin Ling. Feng Moyang kept shouting in her heart. When she thought of the price Lin Ling had to pay, she couldn't bear it. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to hear her. He continued accumulating the remaining deity origin energy in his body and continuously breaking through the bottleneck. Finally, cracks appeared on the lakeside. Although they were small at the beginning, after the huge impact from the bottom of the lake, the cracks became bigger and bigger. Finally, with a loud bang, the surface of the lake was completely broken open. All the deity origin energy rushed into the new world. A late-stage saint-level giant universe god. Feng Moyang felt her dantian expand, turning into a universe. An endless amount of energy was born. It was more than twice as strong as her previous self. At the same time, her deity origin energy was constantly being born. An unprecedented feeling of comfort flowed throughout her body. I finally succeeded. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was filled with exhaustion. However, seeing Feng Moyang successfully break through, he finally revealed a smile. I'm here. You'll be fine. He muttered to himself as he collapsed on the bed. He had used up too much of his essence, energy, and spirit. However, before he fainted, in his eyes, the young lady before him was still his childhood sweetheart, Yu. She wasn't Feng Moyang, and Feng Moyang was constantly stabilizing her realm. After an unknown period of time, she opened her eyes. Her small face was filled with excitement. Breakthrough, I finally broke through. Your teacher said that after stepping into the giant universe god realm, it's hard to break through. It's even possible to be stuck in one realm forever. However, I broke through. Feng Moyang laughed excitedly. Suddenly, she discovered that there was another person on the bed. This made her almost scream, because ever since she was young, no one had ever slept on her bed. It's Lin Ling. However, after seeing who it was, Feng Moyang reacted. Moreover, thinking about what happened not long ago, her expression changed greatly. Lin Ling, are you all right? Lin Ling. She kept shouting, anxiously running around in circles. She wanted to find your teacher for help. I'm fine. I just need to rest. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's weak voice sounded. He gradually woke up and sat down cross-legged, recovering his chaotic deity origin energy. How can you be fine? You've lost so much blood. Moreover, how can you still have divine essence in your dantian? Feng Moyang said anxiously. She could clearly see that Lin Ling's blue and white robe had a large amount of blood stains. Moreover, there was blood on the bed too. She wanted to help Lin Ling recover. However, she didn't understand this. She was also afraid that her deity origin energy was too large and would instead bring harm to Lin Ling. In the end, she could only watch as Lin Ling recovered on his own. As she sat there quietly, she thought about many things. Suddenly, she felt somewhat moved. After all, the previous situation was extremely dangerous. If she had died, then Lin Ling might have died too. Chapter 5102. You will be fine. At this moment, a weak voice sounded, causing Feng Moyang's body to tremble. Could it be that the reason why Lin Ling helped her was because he saw her as a woman called Yu? And this wasn't the first time she heard the name Yu. Unfortunately, I'm not Yu. Feng Moyang sighed. I can sense that you love Yu very much. If there's a chance, I'll find her for you to make up for your life-saving grace. That's not right. Didn't I give him 5 chaos gems? It should be enough to help me break through. Why didn't this fellow take them out? Could it be that he's not willing to part with them? That's right. These 5 chaos gems were given to him by me. If he helped me break through, wouldn't it be the same as giving them back to me? This stingy fellow. After helping me break through with the chaos gems, it's not like I won't return them to him. How despicable! Feng Moyang cursed inwardly. If not for Lin Ling saving her at the crucial moment, she would have cursed out loud. After all, her life was in danger previously. Both of them were in danger. Was life more important than the chaos gems? She sat quietly. Seeing that Lin Ling's breathing had calmed down, she knew that Lin Ling had begun to recover. She pondered for a moment, left the room, and went to cook porridge. She had seen Lin Ling cook before, so she felt that it was very simple. This time, she would personally cook to reward this money grubber. Lin Ling's fleshly body was strong, and he had 8 dantians. At first, his dantians were all dried up, but as time passed, they gradually became moist. Luckily, my fleshly body is strong enough to not be torn apart by the chaotic god energy. Lin Ling sensed the changes in his body and finally relaxed. After a long time, Lin Ling sensed that his 8 dantians were gradually stabilizing. He finally opened his eyes. But thinking of what happened before, he felt a wave of relief. The breakthrough of a saint-level giant universe god was way beyond what he could bear. If not for Feng Moyang's help, he would have definitely failed to break through by himself. Where's Feng Moyang? Lin Ling swept his gaze across the room, but did not see Feng Moyang. Then, he got off the bed and walked out of the room. At the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart. Given his character, he would usually be too lazy to help Feng Moyang in a situation like this. However, Feng Moyang was too similar to Yu, causing him to subconsciously help her. And Lin Ling still sighed in his heart about the life and death situation from before. However, for some reason, he did not feel any regret. Perhaps he could not watch someone who resembled Yu die in front of him. It tastes terrible. What's going on? Walking out of the hall, Lin Ling saw that in the courtyard, the young girl was busy cooking porridge. It was just that the young girl's porridge was simply terrible. She saw that the fire was too small, so she used her divine essence to ignite the fire. In the end, even the pot was burned to ashes. The next time, the girl let the fire burn on its own, but she didn't know how to add more firewood, causing the fire to go out. She finally managed to cook it once, but in the end she either added too much salt or did not add any salt. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling could not help but smile bitterly. Looks like this Feng Moyang was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. She didn't even know how to cook the simplest porridge. Flowery face cat, let me do it. Lin Ling immediately walked over. You're awake. Feng Moyang seemed to have just noticed Lin Ling, then smiled happily. You're fine. Lin Ling nodded. Right, what did you call me before? Flowery face cat? I realize that you really don't know etiquette, or you don't talk much. When you talk a little more, you randomly give people flowery names. Feng Moyang said in dissatisfaction. Lin Ling did not say much. With a wave of his right hand, his divine essence turned into a mirror for Feng Moyang to see for herself, only to see that Feng Moyang's small face had long been burned black by the firewood. How did I become so ugly? Feng Moyang shouted and ran into the inner room to wash her face. After a long time, her small face was washed clean and she walked out. Her eyes stared at the back of the busy figure in the small courtyard. For some reason, she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort in her heart. The back of the person cooking is actually not tall and is even somewhat thin and weak. But for some reason, it gives people a sense of security. It is as if no matter how big the wind and rain is, this back of the person will block it for her. He speaks very little and is also unsociable. After being in the Taoist temple for so long, he never communicates with others. On his body, I can sense a sense of incompatibility. Of course, there is also a kind of dullness. I have always yearned for the world of war in the Tao Pagoda. It is colorful and filled with endless battles. But I never thought that dullness is actually so beautiful. Feng Moyang sat down in the small courtyard. Her two small hands held her chin as she muttered. At first, she thought that Lin Ling was a very ordinary person. But the more she interacted with him, the more she found that Lin Ling had a unique charm. This charm was different from those disciples in the Taoist temple who only knew how to squawk. He was very steady and calm. It was as if he had encountered endless storms before. He is not bad, but it is a pity that he is a little too stingy. Feng Moyang said again. After a long time, Lin Ling finished cooking the porridge. He ate a few bowls and then left. Feng Moyang was also used to Lin Ling's personality of doing things his own way. She knew that Lin Ling must have gone to Elder Gui's garden, so she ignored him and continued to enjoy the fragrant porridge. And Lin Ling indeed walked towards Elder Gui's garden. But this time he was blocked. On a small path through the garden, there were few people, but there were 3 figures blocking the path. These 3 had the strength of a late-stage giant god king. But Lin Ling did not recognize these 3 people. Not intending to pay attention to them, Lin Ling wanted to take a detour and leave. But just as he turned, the 3 people blocked his path again. Lin Ling instantly knew that these 3 people came prepared. But what made him feel strange was that he did not provoke anyone in the Taoist temple, so why did these 3 people block him? Is there a problem? Lin Ling asked. Nonsense. Among the 3, a thin man said coldly, Let me ask you, why did you marry Feng Moyang? Did you sleep together? Is it a fake marriage? Lin Ling came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. So they had come for Feng Moyang. However, he still felt that it was very strange. After all, even though he could sense the envy of the disciples of the temple towards him, these 3 people before him were asking too many questions. They even asked if it was a fake marriage. "We have already slept together." Lin Ling said. "Really? Look at you not being honest. Let me tell you, don't think that we can't do anything to you just because Feng Moyang is supporting you. This is the Taoist temple. If we teach you a lesson, I think Feng Moyang's teacher will not say anything. She will think that you are trash." That man said coldly. "I understand." Lin Ling nodded. "Then tell us the truth." That man thought that Lin Ling was tactful. "I'm sorry. I mean, if I teach you a lesson, the Taoist temple won't say anything. Instead, they'll look down on you and think that the 3 of you are trash. That's what I understand." Lin Ling said plainly. Chapter 5103. Are you saying you want to teach us a lesson? Hearing Lin Ling's words, those youths couldn't believe their ears. Then they all burst out laughing. They were well aware of Lin Ling's strength. He was merely an early king-level universe giant god. In the Taoist temple, such strength was only at the bottom. With such strength, he wanted to teach them a lesson? They didn't realize that Lin Ling had already broken through, and his strength was on par with theirs. "Let's see how you're going to teach me a lesson." After cursing, someone attacked. His powerful godly energy transformed into a black ball of light and ruthlessly slapped at Lin Ling. A boom resounded, and the light was incomparably dazzling. "Brat, now you know what you're capable of." After attacking, that man said coldly. However, when the light dissipated, he discovered that Lin Ling was actually standing there unscathed. Unscathed? One had to know that he had more than 4,000 godly energy. How could an early-stage universe giant god block his attack? "Come at me together." At this time, Lin Ling said indifferently. His fleshly body was tyrannical, so it wasn't difficult for him to resist the attacks of these middle-stage universe giant gods. "What's going on? Damn it, let's attack together." Those few people looked at each other, and all of them erupted with powerful divine power, all of them blasting towards Lin Ling. Rumble! The sound was earth-shattering, and the nearby area was swept up by a fierce wind. However, after the light faded, Lin Ling was still standing there, looking at them indifferently. "Your attacks are simply tickling me." After saying that, he suddenly grabbed one of them and punched him in the chest. This person's dantian rolled, and he spat out a big mouthful of blood. Next, Lin Ling grabbed a second person and kicked him out. This person flew away like a kite and disappeared into the distance. Then the third person, the fourth person, until the last person. "You, what is your strength?" The last person looked at Lin Ling with trembling eyes. "Middle stage king-level universe giant god." Lin Ling said indifferently. "Are you leaving your butt for me to kick, or are you going to be caught and kicked out by me? What's the difference?" That person was truly afraid of Lin Ling's strength. After all, even if they joined forces, they still couldn't hurt Lin Ling. His defense was too heaven-defying. "There's no difference. If you kick it, it will fly further." Lin Ling kicked the man out like a meteor. Then he walked towards the garden. To him, these people were just small fries. They were not worthy of him taking them seriously at all. "Lin Ling, you've come." When they arrived at the garden, Elder Guo walked over politely. Lin Ling chatted with him for a while and then went back to the ginseng fruit tree to meditate. The last time he meditated, Lin Ling saw countless faces floating in front of him. But this time, Lin Ling saw people. Familiar faces walked past him one by one, greeting Lin Ling and walking with Lin Ling for a period of time. The strange thing was that these people were very real. They were so real that Lin Ling felt as if they were living people. There was even a time when Lin Ling almost lost himself in it and couldn't extricate himself. This was because he saw Yuyu. Moreover, it was a living Yuyu. The time he spent with Yuyu seemed so real. In the ancient face sect, he, Lin Ling, held the girl's hand and walked further and further away under the sunlight. In the rainforest holy land, they had their own crystallization of love. There were too many of them. However, Lin Ling had cultivated for many years. He knew that all of this was fake. Perhaps it was a memory, or perhaps it was a kind of great law of the universe. Therefore, he quickly withdrew from it. And after he withdrew from all the familiar figures, he saw the huge ginseng fruit tree. This tree swayed slightly, and bits of starlight sprinkled down from the leaves. Lin Ling quietly looked at the slightly swaying leaves. Suddenly, he seemed to see the seeds of the ginseng fruit tree germinating and gradually blossoming and bearing fruit. All of this seemed simple, but in fact, there were countless laws hidden in it. It was just like the relationship between Lin Ling and Yu. None of them could be missing. This meant that only with these complicated relationships could the ginseng fruit tree grow. The wind was related to the ginseng fruit tree. The rain was related to the ginseng fruit tree. Even the insects were related to the ginseng fruit tree. This was karma, the karma cycle of the great law of the universe. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He closed his eyes and sent out the enlightenment in his heart. It landed in Lin Ling's universe. It seemed like a simple technique, but it carried the power of the great law of the universe. It caused Lin Ling's universe to become more solid. It constantly produced spiritual energy and strengthened the universe. With this enlightenment, Lin Ling's universe did not seem to improve its defense and attack. But in fact, the entire universe was improving, and the laws were more perfect. In the universe, Taoist master of many treasures, Ancestor Tian, and the others all sensed that the universe was more vibrant. Everyone's strength was increasing. One must know that the universe had a limit. After reaching the limit, it would be difficult for people in the universe to grow. Only the open universe. And now Lin Ling had done it. His Lin Ling's universe had stepped from the 9 realms to the 6 realms. The mysterious halo outside the universe had once again decreased by a circle. This meant that Lin Ling could bring more power of the universe into the chaotic realm and into the Tao realm. One must know that Lin Ling was invincible in his own universe. Now that he could bring more power of the universe, it meant that Lin Ling was one step closer to being invincible. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and couldn't help but smile. This trip to the Taoist temple has really benefited me a lot. He knew very well that this kind of opportunity could only be encountered by chance. After all, who knew how many gods wanted their universes to improve, but they couldn't find many ways to do so. It seems that I have to thank Brother Guo properly. Now that my universe has become the 6 realms universe, I have also completed the agreement with Feng Moyang. I can leave this place. Lin Ling stood up and looked at the huge ginseng fruit behind him. He bowed slightly to the ginseng fruit and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." After saying that, he left. Along the way, he met Elder Guo. Elder Guo quickly asked. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and told him the results of his cultivation. Hearing that Lin Ling's universe had improved, Elder Guo was happy for Lin Ling. He knew very well that it was difficult to improve the universe. Some people even stayed in the same place their whole life. At some point, the improvement of the universe was more difficult than a breakthrough. After all, the universe represented one's personal comprehension. It wasn't something that could be accumulated by relying on spiritual energy. Elder Guo, are you here? However, at this time, a voice came. Outside the garden, a large number of people had gathered. Elder Guo frowned and quickly walked out. Lin Ling also followed behind him. Lin Ling is really here. Who knew that after seeing Lin Ling, those people frowned? It seemed that they were here for Lin Ling. Chapter 5104. It's not a big deal. This Lin Ling injured a disciple of the Taoist temple and broke the rules. A skinny old man in a loose robe said to Elder Guo. He then looked at Lin Ling angrily. Lin Ling, how dare you attack the Taoist temple? Do you think that we can't punish you just because you're not a disciple of the Taoist temple? Lin Ling's expression was calm. He looked behind the skinny old man and immediately saw the people he taught a lesson to. Honorable Master, it's him. He didn't like us and suddenly attacked us. You have to stand up for us. When they saw Lin Ling looking at them, the men pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. You're not even as good as me. What a bunch of trash. You asked your master to stand up for you after you lost. You're the worst of the worst. The men were enraged by Lin Ling's sarcasm. The skinny old man also felt embarrassed. He shouted angrily, "No matter what, you've broken the Taoist temple's rules. Come, follow me to see the Taoist temple's dean." "Didn't you say that it's just a casual lesson? It's not a big deal. Why is it okay for them to teach me a lesson, but I'm breaking the rules?" Lin Ling said coldly. "How dare you be so sharp-tongued? Come with me, or don't blame me for being rude." The skinny old man said angrily. Elder Guo was furious. Although he didn't know what happened, he could guess a thing or two. "It's fine." However, Lin Ling didn't want to implicate Elder Guo. It was just a violation of the rules. At most, he would be punished. Lin Ling didn't care at all. Besides, Lin Ling also wanted to leave. After all, he had achieved his goal. "Men, take him away." Seeing that Lin Ling agreed, the skinny old man immediately ordered his men to tie up Lin Ling. "Get lost, I can walk on my own." Lin Ling coldly snorted and strode forward. Seeing this, the skinny old man was secretly angry, but he let Lin Ling be. Anyway, he would teach Lin Ling a lesson later, so he would let him be arrogant for now. The group of people walked towards the largest Taoist temple. Along the way, they attracted countless people. Many of them were gloating, wanting to see Lin Ling put on a good show. Lin Ling didn't care in the slightest and entered the main hall. Within the Great Hall, a large number of great beings were already waiting there. Their expressions were cold, and they were all very powerful. They were all deity-level universe giant gods. This made Lin Ling secretly sigh with emotion. The Chaos Realm's foundation was indeed much stronger than Tao Realm. "Lin Ling, why did you attack them?" One of the women frowned and said. She wanted to help Lin Ling and she was Feng Moyang's master. Of course, she also secretly blamed Lin Ling. This Lin Ling looked like a man of few words, but she didn't expect him to be such a troublemaker. Lin Ling. At this time, a few women also rushed into the Great Hall. It was Feng Moyang. Originally, they weren't qualified to enter this Great Hall, but it was clear that their origins were extraordinary, so the great beings of the Taoist temple tacitly allowed them to enter. What happened? After Feng Moyang entered, she also looked at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling immediately looked at those few men, and those few men obviously had a guilty conscience. They rushed to say, "We were just jealous that Lin Ling married junior sister Feng, and said that a toad ate swan meat. Then this Lin Ling couldn't stand it and attacked us. Moreover, we also advised Lin Ling that since he married junior sister Feng, then he should live a good life. But this Lin Ling said that the dowry given by junior sister Feng was too little." "Lin Ling, is this the case?" Hearing this, Feng Moyang's master immediately looked at Lin Ling, and her expression was slightly unsightly. In the beginning, she wanted to help Lin Ling, but Lin Ling actually said that the dowry given by Feng Moyang was too little. After all, it was 5 chaos stones. Moreover, if it was about anything else, she obviously wouldn't believe it. But when it was about the dowry, she was slightly convinced. After all, she knew that Lin Ling was indeed an insatiable person. "Lin Ling, you attacked them because of this? They were just talking. Why did you attack them when they are fellow disciples of the same sect?" At this time, Feng Moyang spoke furiously. Her thoughts were the same as her master. After all, Lin Ling was unwilling to take out chaos stones to break through, and he was indeed greedy. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. "I haven't even said anything, and all of you believe him? His words aren't without reason. Perhaps he's exaggerating, but you shouldn't have attacked him." Feng Moyang's master said angrily. "If that's the case, how do you want to punish me?" Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to explain. There were some things that others might not believe even if he explained. Lin Ling. When Feng Moyang saw that Lin Ling was so straightforward, she was quite angry. Lin Ling should have lowered his attitude, said a few good words, and apologized. She quickly said, "Lin Ling is a disciple of the Taoist temple. According to the Taoist temple's precepts, disciples of the Taoist temple attack each other. He should be punished by not being allowed to leave the Taoist temple for 3 years." This punishment was obviously considered light. After all, it was only 3 years, and it would be over in seclusion. However, Lin Ling refused directly. He didn't have the time to stay here for 3 years. He said indifferently, "I'm not a disciple of the Taoist temple. Punish me however you want." Feng Moyang stomped her feet angrily and couldn't help but say angrily, "If you're not a disciple of the Taoist temple, then you can't even be considered my husband." Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately looked at Feng Moyang indifferently. His expression was calm as he nodded and said, "Indeed, let's split up." For some reason, when she heard Lin Ling's words and saw Lin Ling's calm eyes, Feng Moyang felt as if her heart had been ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. "Okay, let's split up. From now on, we'll have nothing to do with each other," Feng Moyang said angrily. She had only said it in a moment of anger, but who would have thought that Lin Ling actually looked indifferent? She felt like she was just a passerby in Lin Ling's heart. "Moyang, don't be rash." The girls next to her didn't understand why Feng Moyang was so agitated. Logically speaking, Feng Moyang's personality should have been very good. They whispered, "Now, although Hua Jichu should have received the news, you guys split up too quickly. Although he helped you, you shouldn't be so fierce to him. If it's just for money." Feng Moyang said disdainfully and no longer paid attention to Lin Ling. Lin Ling sighed in his heart, but he didn't care too much. After all, he helped Feng Moyang because of Yu. In addition, Feng Moyang had also saved him once, so now they were even. "Lin Ling, you're not a disciple of the Taoist temple and you've also taught a lesson to our Supreme Taoist temple's people. According to the rules, you have to enter the Lightning Whip Cave and be punished with 30,000 lashes. Are you willing to accept the punishment?" A man who seemed to have a high status said. "I'm willing." Lin Ling nodded. He had used Elder Guo's ginseng fruit tree to upgrade the universe. This was karma, so Lin Ling was punished by the Taoist temple to wash away this karma. In other words, he had eaten your Supreme Taoist temple's food. "I'll punish you and we're even." "Lin Ling, you're not a disciple of the Taoist temple and you're also not Nisfeng's husband. After this punishment, you can leave the Taoist temple. Can you do it?" The man with a high status said again. Chapter 5105. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Feng Moyang's heart trembled, and his eyes suddenly dimmed. "He's really here for the money." Feng Moyang's master coldly snorted. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling followed a few elders, passing through several mountain paths, and then came to a lightning cave. The cave was pitch black, but from time to time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. After a glance, Lin Ling did not stop. He already walked in. This guy. The few elders' faces changed slightly. One must know that the lightning whip was formed by the universe. Although it would not cause serious injuries, it would bring intense pain to the body and soul. Not to mention disciples, even elders like them would not be able to endure it. They would definitely be able to endure 100 lashes. Not to mention that Lin Ling was punished with 30,000 lashes. Rumble. A moment later, a deafening roar came from the lightning cave. At the far end of the cave, a large number of people had gathered. They were all pointing and talking. Some admired Lin Ling's courage, and some were gloating. "Hee, I heard that it was 30,000 lightning lashes. When he comes out, his whole body will probably be rotten. He won't be able to recover without a year." "Why are you gloating? If you have the ability, go and try it." "Tisk, I'm not going. I heard that senior brother Lan was punished with 100 lashes and couldn't recover for 3 years. He has to endure the ravages of lightning every day." Waves of voices floated out. "Sai, Lin Ling, why do you have to do this?" Elder Guo was also standing in the crowd. He knew that if Lin Ling admitted that he was a disciple of the temple, the punishment he would receive would not be too severe. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was so stubborn. As for those who framed Lin Ling, they were all sneering. However, their hearts were still filled with anger, and their eyes flashed with killing intent. "Feng Moyang, why don't you plead for him? Although his temperament is a little cold and he doesn't talk much, he ended up like this because he married you." Feng Moyang and the rest also appeared in the distance of the cave. One of the young girls couldn't bear to see him like this and said to Feng Moyang, Feng Moyang's expression was cold. It's not like I didn't give him a chance. He just didn't want it. Besides, the chaos gems of our supreme Taoist temple aren't that easy to take. I believe that if there were 5 chaos gems, many gods would be willing to accept them. A kind of tribulation. Hearing Feng Moyang's words, the girls all sighed. As time passed, the crowd didn't leave. Instead, they watched quietly. It wasn't until a figure walked out that many people burst into an uproar. The person who walked out had tattered clothes and was covered in blood. He staggered forward and left the Taoist temple. Seeing the white-haired man, the people who had been gloating felt a sense of sympathy. They subconsciously made way for the man to leave. They didn't expect that this man would still be able to stand after being struck by 30,000 lightning lashes. Feng Moyang sighed in his heart as he stared at Lin Ling's feet. He realized that every step Lin Ling took left a scarlet footprint on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Serves you right. Feng Moyang clenched his teeth and cursed. But for some reason, he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Just like this, the white-haired man gradually disappeared into the distance and left the Taoist temple forever. Lin Ling. Elder Guo wanted to call out to Lin Ling, but in the end, he gave up. He could sense that Lin Ling had given up on the supreme Taoist temple. After all, Lin Ling's personality was aloof from worldly affairs. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to provoke others. It must be those disciples who framed Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't explain. He must have given up. Unfortunately, Elder Guo didn't know that he was thinking too much. Lin Ling originally planned to leave and return to the Dao Pagoda. Therefore, he took the opportunity to accept the punishment and settle the score with the Supreme Taoist Temple. After all, Lin Ling was not an ungrateful person. Feng Moyang had saved him and the Supreme Taoist Temple had given him an opportunity. He had to repay all these favors. As for being punished by the Thunder Whip, although the process was painful, Lin Ling had experienced all kinds of pain in his life. He didn't care at all. Moreover, his body was strong. The damage caused by the Thunder Whip could be quickly recovered. Ironically, the disciples of the Taoist temple still sympathized with Lin Ling. They didn't know that Lin Ling came from the Dao Pagoda. That place was filled with cruelty and ruthlessness. Lin Ling had already experienced countless ups and downs. As for the disciples of the Taoist temple, they were safe in the chaos realm. They were like flowers in a greenhouse. After Lin Ling left the Taoist temple, he found a peaceful mountain range and began to recover. Moreover, he missed the giant ghost and little Kunlun. Therefore, he took out their sound-transmitting talismans and sent a message. 3 days later, Lin Ling had recovered to his peak state. At the same time, he received a message from the giant ghost. Lin Ling, you've come to the chaos realm? The giant ghost was surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. Giant ghost, where are you? After hearing the familiar voice, Lin Ling was incomparably happy. He also sensed a familiar sound transmission. It was little Kunlun's voice. Kunlun, big brother Lin Ling. The last time little Kunlun left, it was on the path of domination in the void of the 9 prefectures. After that, Lin Ling had not seen little Kunlun again. Now that he heard little Kunlun's voice, Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurried to join with the giant ghost. Originally, he wanted to return to the Dao Pagoda at Longevity Mountain. However, because of the giant ghost and little Kunlun, he decided to take a risk and leave Longevity Mountain to join up with the giant ghost. After flying out of Longevity Mountain, a vast expanse of yellow sand appeared in front of him. Lin Ling looked at the sun and found that it was in the east. After a long time, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the giant ghost. Lin Ling. The giant ghost was still wearing his white robes and his long hair draped over his shoulders. When he saw Lin Ling, he immediately smiled. Lin Ling immediately curled his lips. Although the giant ghost now gave people the impression of an immortal, he was still used to seeing the giant ghost's ferocious appearance. Lin Ling, why did you come to the chaotic realm? Hey, what's with your white hair? The giant ghost finally arrived in front of Lin Ling and looked at him up and down excitedly. Although his appearance was different now, and he was actually one of the 8 gods, he had also merged with the giant ghost's memories. He was also a giant ghost. It's a long story. I won't talk about it. However, I came to the chaotic realm to save Taoist master of many treasures. Lin Ling said with a smile. Then he roughly explained what had happened. Son of Light? I've heard of him. After the fall of the sun god, the Son of Light was the new sun god. I didn't expect that he would be captured by the treacherous Dipankara Buddha. The giant ghost was very surprised. However, when he saw that Lin Ling was safe and sound, he was somewhat relieved. Little Kunlun is coming. It's in that direction. Let's talk as we walk. Lin Ling and the giant ghost said. The two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about as they walked in another direction. After all, they had gone through many trials and tribulations together. They were like brothers. Therefore, even though they hadn't seen each other for many years, their relationship was still extremely good. Chapter 5106. Don't worry, it won't be long before we enter the Tao Pagoda. At that time, we will fight side by side again. After talking for a long time, the giant ghost laughed. Lin Ling was cultivating in the Tao Pagoda, while he and little Kunlun were in the Chaos Realm. However, the Chaos Realm would be destroyed sooner or later, so the gods of the Chaos Realm placed their focus on the Tao Pagoda. While Lin Ling and the giant ghost were moving forward, on the other side, in the endless ancient mountains of White Mountain, the sound of Buddha spread throughout the world. The earth was full of Buddhas cultivating, making this place like a pure land of bliss. Amitba, Lin Ling has come out. Suddenly, a solemn voice came out. In the southeast, heading towards the territory of the Bodhi Immortal Cave. This time, we must capture Lin Ling. Great sorrow without tears, great enlightenment without words, and great laughter without soundless. This karma was created by White Mountain. For the sake of the universe, let us White Mountain overcome this tribulation. After the voice came out, all the Buddhas opened their eyes. Dipankara Buddha, continue your seclusion. This old monk will bring him back. A white light suddenly appeared and floated in the sky, turning into a big Buddha. It was the White Mountain Buddha. After he finished speaking, he put his palms together and silently recited the sutra, with no body, no body, no body, no mouth, no mouth, no mouth, no intention, no intention, no action, no action, no action, no action, no slander, no slander, no birth, no rise, no thought, no place, no forward, no end, no solitude, no action. Light flickered, and he gradually disappeared. On the other side, in the Supreme Taoist Temple, Feng Moyang sat alone in a small courtyard, looking at the empty courtyard. For some reason, she was not used to this silence. Then, she looked at the pot in the corner and went to cook porridge alone without saying a word. Unfortunately, she tried several times, but the taste was not right. Without him, I will never be able to eat that delicious porridge again. Feng Moyang sighed and sat down in the small courtyard again. Her small hand held her chin, and her eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. Oh, what is my Moyang thinking? Thinking about Lin Ling? Don't tell me you can't bear to see him leave just after he left. A few girls walked in with smiles on their faces. Seeing Feng Moyang's appearance, they couldn't help but tease. What nonsense are you talking about? That greedy person should leave as soon as possible. I've never seen such a shameless person before. Feng Moyang immediately snorted, his expression full of disdain. What are you talking about? Wei Yang, you used to be very kind. Why have you become so stingy now? Lin Ling was fined 30,000 by the lightning whip and left with injuries all over his body. If he encountered the divine beast of the Longevity Mountain, it's possible that he would be eaten. In any case, you have a fake marriage with him, so you should sympathize with him. The women frowned, not understanding why Feng Moyang hates Lin Ling so much. He deserves it. Feng Moyang sneered. Our Taoist temple doesn't owe him anything, and we haven't treated him badly either. Look, he was originally an early-stage cosmos giant god when he came to our Taoist temple, but now he's already a middle-stage cosmos giant god. Isn't this all because my revered teacher pleaded on his behalf? You must know that it's extremely difficult to break through to the deity realm, and it's extremely dependent on luck. Feng Moyong, you don't know? Hearing this, the women's expressions slightly changed, and they said in disbelief, Lin Ling is with Elder Gua, but he hasn't broken through. Furthermore, Elder Gua gave him the ginseng fruit tree to comprehend. You should know how precious this ginseng fruit tree is. Even your revered teacher might not be qualified to comprehend it. What do you mean? Feng Moyong frowned immediately. I heard from Elder Gua that Lin Ling comprehended the ginseng fruit tree and not his realm. This means that your revered teacher didn't help him at all, and Elder Gua helped Lin Ling out of their personal friendship. A young woman said. Hearing this, Feng Moyong's heart exploded. She thought that Lin Ling had a fake marriage with her because he valued the Taoist temple's cultivation resources. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling didn't use the Taoist temple's resources at all. The ginseng fruit tree's comprehension was opened by Elder Gua for Lin Ling's sake. It had nothing to do with her revered teacher, and it had nothing to do with her, Feng Moyong. But he also took 5 chaos stones, and he was extremely stingy. Even when he was in a life and death crisis, he was unwilling to use them. Although Feng Moyong felt that it was very strange, she still said stubbornly, "We don't know about that." All the young women shook their heads, and then chatted with Feng Moyong. But Feng Moyong had a lot on her mind. She felt that Lin Ling was a little different from what she had imagined. In the end, she left alone and walked along the cobblestone path aimlessly. Unknowingly, she came to the small house where Lin Ling had recuperated. This small house was at the foot of the mountain and was relatively remote, so very few people came here. When she saw the small house, Feng Moyong was shocked. Why did she suddenly come here? Previously, she had been walking around randomly, but she didn't expect to come here by coincidence. But since she was here, she might as well go in and take a look. She pushed open the door and entered, and immediately found that the house was very clean. It seemed that Lin Ling had tidied up the place before he left. However, Feng Moyong was quickly attracted by a package at the head of the bed because it was very familiar. It seemed to be something that belonged to her revered master. She hurried forward and opened it to take a look. Immediately, rich spiritual energy rushed out. It was the spiritual energy that was unique to the Chaos realm. She saw that there were 5 Chaos stones in the package. It was because the package was a rare treasure that it could conceal the spiritual energy of the Chaos stones. Chaos stones? Feng Moyong looked at the item in her hand in disbelief. It was as if thunder was ringing in her heart. The sound was very loud, as if something had been torn apart. If she were to compare her current mood to glass, then this piece of glass would have shattered into pieces. Because these were the 5 chaos stones that her revered master had given to Lin Ling, and Lin Ling had not taken a single one. In fact, in order to help her break through, he had not hesitated to be seriously injured and put his life in danger. Lin Ling had not been willing to use these 5 chaos stones. But what about her, Feng Moyong? She thought that Lin Ling was too stingy and too greedy. Lin Ling, why? Feng Moyong hugged the package as tears suddenly flowed out from her eyes. She knew that she had wronged that man. Especially when she thought of that man's eyes when he looked at her in the main hall, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. That was probably a look of despair. Indeed, what qualifications did she have to talk about Lin Ling? Lin Ling had helped her, and it could be said that he did not want any reward. He had even helped her break through, but she thought that she had paid a great price. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this." Feng Moyong's heart was heavy. She wanted to return to the small courtyard and see the place where they had once lived together. After she left the small room, her pace quickened. But halfway through, she suddenly heard someone talking. "This Lin Ling has a strong backbone. Brother Hua instructed us to ask if Lin Ling's marriage was fake. But this fellow refused to say even if he was punished with 30,000 lashes. If he deserves 30,000 lashes. He dares to attack us. He doesn't know the meaning of death." Chapter 5107. Now that he's seriously injured, it's a good time to kill him. Furthermore, he left the Taoist temple. Brother Hua also said that he would send people to capture him. Let's go and help. Yes. Although his voice was very soft, it landed clearly in Feng Moyang's ears. Those people clearly did not notice Feng Moyang as they walked and chatted as they gradually left the Taoist temple. Most importantly, they were the few people who had been taught a lesson by Lin Ling. What do Senior Brother Chen and the rest mean? Feng Moyang frowned in thought. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she seemed to understand what was going on. Senior Brother Chen was one of Hua Jichu's men. His goal was to find out if they were in a fake marriage through Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not say anything, causing Senior Brother Chen and the rest to attack Lin Ling. In the end, they were taught a lesson by Lin Ling. Senior Brother Chen and the rest attacked first, but slandered Lin Ling for attacking first. This caused Lin Ling to be severely punished by the Taoist temple and even chased out of the temple. Why didn't he explain himself? Feng Moyang hugged the 5 chaos gems tightly as tears dripped down her face. She suddenly felt her heart ache. Suddenly, she recalled the way Lin Ling looked at her in the main hall. Although it was very calm, it also seemed to be filled with disappointment. This was because as Lin Ling's wife, she did not believe Lin Ling and instead believed Senior Brother Chen and the rest. No wonder Lin Ling was so disappointed in her. 5 chaos gems. Elder Gua's garden cultivation. And then being punished by the lightning whip. Lin Ling had been helping her all this time without asking for anything in return. And now, Lin Ling had offended Hua Jichu because of his fake marriage with her. He had no complaints and shouldered all of this alone. As for her, she only knew how to blame Lin Ling and did not know what Lin Ling was shouldering. Lin Ling, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Feng Moyang ran forward and kept muttering to herself. The tears in her eyes fell like pearls. Honorable Master. She arrived at your master's small courtyard and rushed in. Wei Yang, what happened? When Feng Moyang's teacher saw Feng Moyang rushing in and crying very sadly, ripples appeared in her heart. This was because Feng Moyang had been innocent and pure since she was young. She rarely cried so much. In his memory, the only time Feng Moyang cried so much was when she left the tribe. At that time, she was so emotional because she was unwilling to leave. Lin Ling, he didn't take our chaos stones at all. Also, Senior Brother Chen and the others are Hua Jichu's people. They're trying to harm Lin Ling. Hua Jichu must be very angry about my fake marriage with Lin Ling. He transferred all his anger to Lin Ling. Feng Moyang continued to speak, causing the woman's eyes to narrow. She suddenly looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Had he wronged Lin Ling? Honored Master, hurry up and help Lin Ling. He's no match for Hua Jichu alone. After Feng Moyang finished crying, she looked expectantly at her master. Alas, where can we find him? Now it's too late. The woman sighed. But when she saw Feng Moyang's worry, she stretched out her right hand and drew a circle. The circle turned into a mirror. Then, the woman closed her eyes and continued to investigate. This mirror could clearly investigate the area around the temple. But the woman saw mountains and rivers, all kinds of divine beasts, and many disciples. But she didn't see Lin Ling, nor did she see Senior Brother Chen and the others. Like this, the woman investigated from noon to night. Finally, she sighed. They've already left the temple area. Perhaps they've already left Longevity Mountain. Feng Moyang had been waiting. When she heard this, her expression was filled with worry. Moyang, don't worry too much. The Chaos Realm is so big. Hua Jichu might not be able to find Lin Ling. And Lin Ling has his own opportunities. He's fated to meet us. Seeing Feng Moyang's depressed mood, the woman thought that Feng Moyang had a kind personality. That was why she was worried about Lin Ling. Honorable Master, I understand. Feng Moyang nodded. After leaving, she returned to her small courtyard. She looked at the quiet and empty courtyard and suddenly felt that something was missing. Although Lin Ling hadn't been in the courtyard for long and didn't speak much, he could make the courtyard more lively and stable. But now, she felt as if the courtyard didn't belong to her. Why is he helping me? Feng Moyang's mind was filled with Lin Ling's figure. She didn't know if it was guilt or something else. She sat there quietly for the entire night. When dawn broke, she quietly left the small courtyard. She was going to look for Lin Ling. She couldn't tolerate Lin Ling dying at Hua Jichu's hands. Although she didn't know where to find Lin Ling, she believed in her intuition. She would definitely find Lin Ling. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Ling didn't know that Feng Moyang was thinking so much. To Lin Ling, all of this wasn't a big deal. He and the giant ghost were still waiting for little Kunlun. After one night, they talked a lot and talked about everything. But at dawn, Lin Ling and the giant ghost's conversation suddenly stopped. This was because they sensed a powerful force rushing towards them at an incomparably fast speed. Amitabha, Lin Ling, I've finally found you. Why aren't you waiting to be captured? A huge Buddha suddenly appeared. It was solemn and holy, as if sitting at the peak of the sky, looking down at Lin Ling and the other two as if looking at three ants. White Mountain Great Buddha. Seeing that huge Buddha, Lin Ling's expression changed. It's one of the ancient Buddhas of the three divine gates of White Mountain. He has the strength of a deity realm giant universe god. I didn't expect this fellow to find us so quickly. The giant ghost also looked up at that huge Buddha with an incomparably solemn expression. He was now only a saint realm giant universe god in the late stage. The gap between him and a deity was too big. Lin Ling, it seems we can't wait much longer. If there's a chance later, you must escape. I'll block him for you. The giant ghost secretly transmitted. Lin Ling shook his head. It wasn't easy to find little Kunlun, so how could he leave so easily? Now, he could only stall for time and wait for little Kunlun to arrive before leaving this place. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling shake his head, the giant ghost became even more anxious. He knew that White Mountain Great Buddha came for Lin Ling alone. He, the giant ghost, was secondary. Therefore, Lin Ling's escape was the most important thing. Just you wait. You can't escape. In the sky, White Mountain Great Buddha spat out a majestic voice. He stretched out his huge palm and slammed it down from the sky. In his palm, a swastika appeared, emitting a holy white light. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The air and space shattered as a giant palm smashed down from the sky. It was like an island. The power of God was incomparably terrifying, beyond imagination. Moreover, there was a powerful universe in the power of God. Being enveloped by the huge palm, it was as if one had entered a universe of mountains. One could see endless mountains. Lin Ling, be careful. Chapter 5108. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive explosions sounded as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Then, 2 giant palms collided in the sky. However, the giant palms with 8 rays of light were obviously no match for it and were retreating. 8 gods, I didn't expect you to be resurrected. In the sky, the giant White Mountain Buddha seemed to know the giant ghost. He muttered something, causing the palm to become even larger and crazily pressed down. Under the giant palm, Lin Ling and the giant ghost could clearly sense that they were surrounded by layers of ancient mountains that drowned the earth. This was the universe of mountains. Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. The giant ghost's entire body was breathing in and out. His white hair danced wildly as he activated his own universe. This was the 8 gods' celestial palace. 2 great godly powers and 2 universes collided crazily. However, the giant ghost's realm was too low and could only be suppressed. Giant ghost, I'll help you. At this time, Lin Ling also activated Lin Ling's universe. It rushed into the sky and 9 continents appeared, floating in the void. The power of the universe was extremely powerful. What? 6 worlds universe? The White Mountain Buddha's expression changed because his mountain world was also a 6 worlds universe. Although it was more powerful than Lin Ling's universe, it was not that powerful. Lin Ling, your universe, this is the void of Jiuzhou. The giant ghost was also extremely shocked. He did not expect Lin Ling to use Jiuzhou as his own. Moreover, his universe was incomparably powerful. Since ancient times, evil has never triumphed over good. Amitabha. Although Lin Ling's universe was only slightly weaker than the White Mountain Buddha's, the latter's realm was too high. His godly power was beyond imagination, causing the giant palm to still press down. Its speed was only slightly slower than before. What a powerful force! Even the giant ghost and I together can't stop him. There are probably 3 such gods in the White Mountain, 3 divine sects: White Mountain, Burning Heart, Lamp Heart, and the strongest, Dipankara Buddha. The White Mountain 3 divine sects are indeed the 8 great godly generations. Lin Ling activated his universe with all his strength and constantly evaluated in his mind. He had encountered Burning Lamp Buddha God twice and had managed to escape both times. However, he now knew that Burning Lamp Buddha God had not used his full strength. Giant Ghost, let me help you. Seeing the huge Buddha palm coming down, Lin Ling was also prepared to use his full strength. Why aren't you leaving? He's coming for you. Giant Ghost grumbled. He saw that Lin Ling was only a middle-stage cosmos giant god, so he did not think that he would be of much help. Although Lin Ling's strength could not be seen on the surface, even if he fought across realms, it was still impossible for him to be a match for a deity cosmos giant god. It's rare for us to meet here. How can I leave so easily? Lin Ling shook his head and fused his innate talents. Panga's true body was also activated, transforming into a giant. Together with the giant ghost, they fought against the giant palm in the sky. Boom! Lin Ling punched out, and actually made it difficult for the giant palm in the sky to suppress it. This power! Not far from Lin Ling, Giant Ghost's expression changed drastically. He clearly saw that the surface of the Buddha palm had caved in when Lin Ling punched out. It was terrifying. However, he also sensed that Lin Ling's power of divinity was only 800 billion. Although this amount of power of divinity was second to none among King Cosmos giant gods. But how could this mere power of divinity resist the palm of a deity cosmos giant god? Could it be the power of his fleshly body? Giant Ghost suddenly thought of something. When he had fought side by side with Lin Ling, he knew that Lin Ling's fleshly body had always been very strong. As he thought of this, he carefully sensed and immediately sensed that Lin Ling's fleshly body was different from before. That destructive aura was even denser. Panga's body! At this moment, White Mountain Great Buddha saw through Lin Ling's origin, and his expression became more solemn. But no matter how powerful his origin is, it's useless. How can he be a match for a deity cosmos giant god? White Mountain Great Buddha had obviously not used his full strength before. Now that he saw Lin Ling unleashing his full power, he once again mobilized his power of divinity to suppress him. There's still the power of divinity. Sensing the terrifying power pressing down from the sky, Lin Ling once again felt the pressure. Suddenly, a thought arose in his mind. White Mountain Great Buddha still had not used his full strength. A deity was too strong. He did not need to use his full strength to suppress small cosmos giant gods like them. The suppression of this Buddha palm can only force us to defend passively. We can't attack White Mountain Great Buddha at all. If this continues, both of us will die. Lin Ling roared, reminding Giant Ghost. Giant Ghost's expression was ferocious. He was also using his full strength, but he still felt like he was in a violent storm. Both of them were not ordinary giant gods. If they worked together, they would not be afraid of any King Cosmos giant gods, but they could do nothing to White Mountain Great Buddha. Amitabha, you evildoers, die quickly. White Mountain Great Buddha also sensed that Lin Ling and Giant Ghost could no longer resist. He closed his eyes and silently chanted the Rebirth Sutra. At this moment, the Buddha palm was one step closer to suppressing Lin Ling and Giant Ghost. But at this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared and swept toward White Mountain Great Buddha from the sky. Its speed was incomparably fast. Voila! Gusts of wind blew, and the black shadow surged. White Mountain Great Buddha sensed it immediately. He let out a low roar, and white light gushed out from his body, forming a huge Buddha light shield that blocked the black shadow from sweeping over. Voila! However, what shocked everyone was that the black shadow actually penetrated the Buddha light and swept fiercely on White Mountain Great Buddha. Poof! White Mountain Great Buddha immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed dramatically. What kind of attack was this that could actually break through his defense? One had to know that his Buddha light defense might not be broken even by a deity early-stage giant god. Not good. Afterward, White Mountain Great Buddha sensed that the power in his body was draining away, and the universe was unstable. He finally turned to look at the huge black shadow and discovered that it was an ancient tree, and the person holding the ancient tree was a young man. He seemed to have the strength of a saint giant god, but his origin seemed to be extremely extraordinary. Little Kunlun. At the same time on the ground, the giant ghost shouted excitedly. Lin Ling, who was beside him, was very surprised. That young man was Little Kunlun? Wasn't Little Kunlun a vine? How did it become a young man and even hug a tree? Big brother Lin Ling, I'm here. And at this moment, the young man also saw Lin Ling and Giant Ghost. He was so happy that he laughed, revealing his white teeth. Little Kunlun, continue to sweep him. Lin Ling also laughed excitedly. He still had 2 trump cards, Universe 3 Extreme Breaks and Sword of Faith. It was just that he couldn't use them because of the suppression of the Buddha palm. If Little Kunlun could distract White Mountain Great Buddha, Lin Ling was confident that he could attack White Mountain Great Buddha. Big brother Lin Ling, I got it. Little Kunlun immediately nodded happily. He hugged the ancient tree with both hands and swept toward White Mountain Great Buddha again. Lin Ling, I'll hold on for you. Although the giant ghost didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do, the 3 of them had fought side by side many times. Therefore, with one sentence from Lin Ling, he guessed that Lin Ling had a plan. Haha. Chapter 5109. Voila. Under Lin Ling's laughter, Little Kunlun also became inexplicably excited. It held the huge god tree and swept it towards the huge White Mountain Big Buddha. Evil creature! White Mountain Big Buddha roared angrily. He put his palms together and transformed into a huge white stone statue. It was the stone statue of a Buddha. He floated in the sky as if he was delivering all living beings. Endless Buddhist light appeared in the sky. It was extremely dazzling. However, Little Kunlun's huge tree swept over and actually ignored the Buddhist light. It ruthlessly smashed onto the stone statue of Buddha, causing the entire statue to sway slightly. All the godly power and universe continued to weaken. Lin Ling. That huge ghost roared. He sensed that the pressure had weakened. He used all his strength to block the Buddha palm that was pressing down from the sky. Lin Ling shot out. His body kept shrinking until he returned to his normal appearance. The Sword of Faith appeared in his hand. At the same time, he activated his powerful soul power and transformed it into the 3 extremes of the universe to break the seal on White Mountain Big Buddha. If it were any other time, with White Mountain Big Buddha's powerful strength, such an attack would not be able to get close to him. But now, White Mountain Big Buddha was dizzy from being swept by the god tree. All his strength was weakening. Lin Ling, how dare you? Of course, White Mountain Big Buddha saw Lin Ling's attack. He roared angrily. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to activate the 3 extremes of the universe to break the seal. The dazzling white sword in his hand also ruthlessly slashed out. The Sword of Faith gathered the faith of countless believers. It was also the most mysterious force in the current universe. It had the power to cut through everything. Shwa. This sword slashed down from the top, from the center of White Mountain Big Buddha's forehead all the way down. Finally, a straight sword slash appeared. Lin Ling. Great Buddha Baishan took a deep look at Lin Ling. His body trembled as countless amounts of divine essence leaked out. Finally, his body exploded, causing the Buddhist light above the firmament to disappear. It turned into endless brilliance that scattered down to the ground. He's dead. The huge ghost was the first to feel his body relax. His aged face revealed a smile. The 3 of them joined forces and actually killed a god-level giant universe god. Every god-level giant universe god in the primal chaos realm was the oldest god. They were experts who had survived the great calamity of the world's will. Big brother Lin Ling. That youth carried the tree and flew over excitedly. He was wearing a green robe. His hair tied behind his head. His face looked very young, tender, and the smile on his face gave off an innocent and lively feeling. He's still not dead. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly as he looked at the Buddha's light that was constantly sprinkling down. He could clearly sense that the White Mountain Great Buddha had escaped. It seemed that the God-level giant universe god was indeed stronger than he had imagined. If the three of them had not joined forces this time, perhaps all of them would have died. However, with this injury, Great Buddha Baishan would probably have to go into seclusion for many years. Little. Putting aside his thoughts, Lin Ling quickly flew to the youth. The youth also put away the tree and rushed over excitedly. He then hugged Lin Ling, big brother Lin Ling. The youth hugged Lin Ling, and his eyes became moist. To him, Lin Ling was the person closest to him in the world. Back in Qing province, Lin Ling met little Kunlun when he was repelling the ancient power. At that time, little Kunlun had just sprouted. In the years that followed, Lin Ling brought little Kunlun to fight all over the 9 prefectures. They were invincible. Little Kunlun also continued to grow. It even saved Lin Ling from death many times. Although the two of them were not blood-related brothers, they were closer than blood-related brothers. Little Kunlun. Lin Ling was also hugging the youth. He could feel the familiar aura on his body. He was also gradually getting used to it. Little Kunlun had finally grown up. Long time no see, big brother Lin Ling. I missed you so much. Little Kunlun became more and more excited. The White Mountain Great Buddha was defeated. Maybe there will be stronger gods coming later. Let's leave this place first. Lin Ling patted little Kunlun's shoulder and greeted the giant ghost. The three of them flew into the distance. Along the way, the three of them seemed to have endless things to talk about. They talked about the past and about their current lives. Little Kunlun also asked about Yu and the others. Lin Ling also told them one by one. However, when he talked about Yu, Lin Ling's face dimmed slightly. The giant ghost already knew about Yu. He comforted, "Don't worry. We will find her sooner or later." Big brother Lin Ling, can you not sense Yu now? Little Kunlun asked. Lin Ling shook his head. When I first entered the Chaos Realm, I could sense her. But now I can't sense her at all. However, I am sure that she is still alive. She is somewhere in the Chaos Realm. Unfortunately, the Chaos Realm is too big. It is impossible to find her. It seems like someone has blocked Big Brother Lin Ling's search. Little Kunlun immediately said regretfully. Let's not talk about this. How have you been all these years? Lin Ling smiled and changed the topic. Little Kunlun immediately nodded and said happily, I'm cultivating in Master's Cave of the Slanting Moon and 3 Stars at Bir Fengsuan Mountain. Master, senior brothers and junior brothers all treat me well. Among them, senior brother's son often mentions you in front of me. Senior brother's son? Could it be Brother Monkey? Lin Ling was surprised. Little Kunlun said, Yes, it is Brother Monkey. He said that he saw you some time ago in the Chaos Realm. He helped you escape from Dipankara Buddha's White Mountain 3 Divine Gates. Lin Ling suddenly understood. Previously, when Dipankara Buddha wanted to refine him, it was Brother Monkey and Guangchengzi who helped him escape. He did not expect senior brother's son, who was in Mount Fengsuan, to know about this. But on second thought it made sense. They came from the same original body. Oh yes, this time I came out, Master said that he also wants to see you. However, he is not going to Mount Fengsuan. Little Kunlun suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Ling as he said. Lin Ling was shocked. However, Patriarch Bodhi had helped him before, so he could not refuse. He immediately nodded. Follow me. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, Little Kunlun led Lin Ling forward in the direction of the Bodhi Immortal Cave. However, they did not reach the Bodhi Immortal Cave. After a long time, a bamboo forest appeared in front of them. The bamboo forest was quiet, and there was a small river beside it. The scenery was very beautiful. Little Kunlun suddenly stopped in his tracks as if he had sensed something. He smiled at Lin Ling and said, Brother Lin Ling, Master is waiting for you in the bamboo forest. We won't go over. The giant ghost also nodded at Lin Ling. He did not dare to get too close to a legendary figure like Patriarch Bodhi. He could only give him enough respect. Then you guys wait for me here, Lin Ling quickly instructed. He suddenly felt nervous and asked, Little Kunlun, is your master strict? Are you going to eat me? He won't. My master is very easy to talk to. Little Kunlun was speechless. Chapter 51:10. Moreover, Patriarch Bodhi had taught Lin Ling the Bodhi testimony divine art, which allowed Lin Ling to produce a Saraira. Later on, the three extremes of the universe was also cultivated with this foundation. In addition, Xian Envy of the Nine Heavens had helped Lin Ling obtain the square prison, and Pure Sun had saved Lin Ling twice. It was said that it was Patriarch Bodhi who had instructed him to do so. Therefore, Lin Ling only had deep gratitude towards Patriarch Bodhi. After he entered the bamboo forest, he smelled the fragrance of the plants, which made him feel relaxed and happy. As he walked along the bamboo forest, he could even hear the chirping of birds. It was really a paradise. Lin Ling, you're here. Not long after, a farmer walked towards him. He was wearing cotton clothes and carrying firewood. When he saw Lin Ling, he couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling was shocked. This person knew him? He immediately walked forward and took a closer look. It was actually Monkey King. Huh, you don't recognize me? When the farmer saw Lin Ling's shocked expression, the smile on his monkey face became even wider. Of course, Lin Ling couldn't recognize him. Apart from his appearance, the farmer looked nothing like Monkey King. His every movement was calm and confident. His eyes, in particular, were calm as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. This might be Monkey King's true body. The one left in the square prison was a doppelganger, which was also the wildest Monkey King. Monkey King! Lin Ling scratched the back of his head and greeted him with a wry smile. Go, master is already waiting for you. The farmer patted Lin Ling's shoulder and left with the firewood. Lin Ling looked at his back and muttered to himself. He still felt that the carefree and unrestrained Monkey King was more amiable. He looked in the direction the farmer pointed and saw a figure sitting by the river beside the bamboo forest. He was wearing cotton clothes and a straw hat, and seemed to be fishing. Although that figure looked ordinary, in Lin Ling's eyes, it was filled with layers of mist. Lin Ling took a deep breath and slowly walked forward. Speaking of which, although he had seen Patriarch Subhuti once, this was the first time he was meeting him face to face. Lin Ling, you've come. Just as Lin Ling was walking forward, a kind voice suddenly sounded. When the voice landed in Lin Ling's heart, it actually caused endless echoes. Senior, Lin Ling is here. Lin Ling came behind the old man and bowed slightly. Speaking of which, you have learned my Bodhi testimony divine art. You can be considered as half my disciple. You should also learn from Wukong and call me master. The old man was still fishing and said with a smile. Master. Lin Ling hurriedly replied and was overjoyed. He knew that this casual form of address had changed a lot and gave Lin Ling a powerful backer. One had to know that in the Chaos Realm, there were countless experts. A god without a backer would be bullied by all the experts. Now that Lin Ling was on Patriarch Subhuti's side, others would have to think twice before touching him. Have a seat. The old man slowly turned his head and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was filled with respect. This was the first time he had seen Patriarch Subhuti, and it was as he had imagined. However, after looking at him from a close distance, he felt very kind. Do you know how to fish? Patriarch Subhuti asked again. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Back in the void of the 9 states, he had fished for 3 years. He immediately sat down, picked up the bamboo pole beside Patriarch Subhuti, and learned how to fish. The two sat quietly and fished. Since Patriarch Subhuti did not speak, Lin Ling naturally did not dare to speak. Even when his fish took the bait, Lin Ling did not dare to casually pull it up. This was because he saw that Patriarch Subhuti was the same. Even when the fish took the bait, he was still indifferent. Lin Ling, now that the Chaos Realm is about to collapse, the birth of a new universe will definitely be of the Tao Realm. Therefore, the powerful gods of the Chaos Realm all want to enter the Tao Tower and obtain the Tao Realm. However, the Tao Tower has restrictions. Ancient rulers cannot enter. Perhaps only the future can. Therefore, the Tao Tower depends on you little gods. Among all the disciples in my sect, you have been with me for the shortest amount of time. Originally, since you were my disciple, I should have kept you by my side to cultivate bitterly for a few years. But now, I'm afraid even I can't keep you. After sitting quietly for a long time, Patriarch Subhuti said indifferently. His voice was still very kind. Lin Ling did not speak and listened respectfully. Patriarch Subhuti seemed to be very satisfied with Lin Ling's attitude. He continued, Master can't teach you any magical abilities, but I can guide you in the power of the world will. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. All along, his world will had relied on the faith of others to improve. Although his progress was not slow, compared to the enemies he had encountered, it was still too weak. Faith, everyone has it. You can only rely on yourself to improve this power. Master can't help you much. However, your control of the power of faith is still weak. You can't condense all the power of faith. Patriarch Subhuti seemed to know what Lin Ling's world willpower was. He slowly said, You have the universe, and the universe has countless living beings. As long as the living beings of the universe revere the heavens, that is your faith power. But this faith power, you still can't control it. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression changed. Indeed, all this time, the power of faith he controlled mostly came from Lei Gong's hall. Although he could sense the power of faith of others, he always felt that it was difficult to condense it. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling's sort of faith mostly came from passive condensation. It was very rare for Lin Ling to take the initiative to condense this power. And Patriarch Subhuti's suggestion was to let Lin Ling take the initiative to condense it. Thank you, Master. I understand. Lin Ling's heart seemed to have been lit by a lamp. Patriarch Subhuti revealed a look of admiration and stood up. You can stay here and comprehend. Fishing can make you more patient, and the condensation process will be smoother. Your world will is now at the universe level. If you can step into the ancient level, you will leave. After leaving here, Master has something to entrust to you. I hope you can do it. Now condense it well. Hearing this, Lin Ling wanted to turn around and thank Patriarch Subhuti, but Patriarch Subhuti had already disappeared. Lin Ling immediately collected his mind and began to condense all the power of faith in the Lin Ling universe. In the Lin Ling universe, the strongest power of faith came from the hundreds of thousands of gods in Lei Gong's hall and the Yellow Emperor's side. But apart from these people, the Lin Ling universe actually had a population of 100 billion. It was just that these people were very weak, so their power of faith was very weak. The power of faith also seemed very weak. In the past, Lin Ling had ignored this power of faith. But now, he was going to condense it. As if he was fishing, Lin Ling patiently sensed. Gradually, he could sense that the entire Lin Ling universe was filled with dense threads. These threads were all connected to the power of faith in his body. Some threads were thick, some were thin, and they represented the power of faith. The strength of the power. Chapter 51:11. In the end, all the threads condensed together and turned into a huge beam of light that surged into Lin Ling's soul. Lin Ling could clearly sense that this power was so strong that it seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth and cut off all the universes. This was the power of the immemorial world will. This power is filled with determination and bravery. This is faith. A person's strength is ultimately limited, but faith is invincible. I once read a story about an old woman in her 60s who witnessed her grandson being crushed in a collapsed house. She relied on the power of faith to lift the collapsed house and finally saved her grandson. Her son came out. This is faith. A person's faith can be strong or weak, but not everyone can use faith and be firm in their beliefs. Lin Ling stretched out his palm, and a ball of light condensed in his palm. It did not look big, but it suppressed a powerful force. The strange thing was that this force was not ferocious. Instead, it gave off a gentle feeling. However, Lin Ling knew that when he needed to use it, this gentle force could turn into an invincible force. The power of the immemorial world will is indeed powerful. Now that I am among several world will hosts, I don't know their strength ranking, but the great god of the spirit kingdom I saw last time gave me a very strong feeling. The world will hosts devour each other. Now, the strongest world will host could be the Grandmaster of Heaven. Next would be Dipankara Buddha. Dipankara Buddha wants to devour us, but the Grandmaster of Heaven has been missing. Perhaps he wants to devour Dipankara Buddha. No matter what, this chaos realm is not very safe. It can't be compared to the Tao Tower. At least the Tao Tower doesn't have such a dominator god. Lin Ling withdrew the power of the world will in his hand, looked at the slowly flowing river in front of him, put down the fishing rod, and left. After turning and walking into the bamboo forest, Lin Ling did not see Patriarch Bodhi. This made him feel strange. Could it be that Patriarch Bodhi had left? He continued walking. At this time, Monkey Bro, who was dressed in farmer's clothes, came over and said with a smile, "Congratulations, junior brother. Success." Monkey Bro. Lin Ling immediately smiled, then corrected himself, "Junior brother greets senior brother." Now that Patriarch Bodhi had acknowledged Lin Ling as his disciple, it meant that Monkey King was also his senior brother. With the support of a powerful sect, Lin Ling also felt different. Even his back was a lot stronger. When Master left, he told me to give you a task. He wants you to help a god called Bayushing. Apparently, Monkey King was very familiar with Lin Ling, so he didn't bother to be polite. Bayushing? Lin Ling was a little curious, but Patriarch Bodhi had indeed instructed him to do so before he left. He nodded at once. This Bayushing is actually the reincarnation of a descendant, and he bears a great responsibility. He is now on the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda. Master said that you and Bayushing are fated, so he asked you to help him. Brother Monkey said. Lin Ling nodded, expressing his understanding. He suddenly thought of the mysterious maiden of the 9th heaven and Taoist Pure Sunday. They had also helped him several times. It was probably arranged by Master. Master seemed to have the ability to predict the future. Nothing that was about to happen could escape his senses. Junior brother, you're right. As long as someone has an opportunity and encounters trouble, Master will arrange for us to help. For example, you and Bayushing. Of course, junior brother once asked Master to personally help. This is also among the disciples. It's unique. Brother Monkey seemed to be able to guess what Lin Ling was thinking and continued. And these people who are helped will have great achievements in the future. Master can't bear to see him fall here, so he helped. So that's how it is. Lin Ling suddenly understood and deeply remembered the name Bayushing. Right now, you are the closest to the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda, so you are the most suitable to help him. After the 5th floor of the Tao Pagoda, the powerful gods from all sides will be fighting. In the second half of the Monarch Descent Tao Pagoda, at that time, you will also meet the senior brothers. At present, the strongest rulers of the 8 great deities can't enter the Tao Pagoda, so we can only rely on the people in their sections. Junior brother represents the Bodhi immortal cave lineage. I hope you won't disgrace our lineage. Brother Monkey continued. Lin Ling was suddenly very curious about the last half of the Tao Pagoda. That was the strongest world of the cosmos gods. Not long later, he would also step into it. Furthermore, in the current era, the various great gods are rising. There are the 9 great cosmos stars, the world will hosts, and the 7 great god clans. Who is the world exterminator and who is the world creator is not important now, because the gods of our 8 great god sects all recognize the world exterminator. Because the true world exterminator god is actually Tong Tian sect leader. And Tong Tian sect leader also wants to obtain the Tao realm. In addition, the great gods are also eyeing covetously, so the last few floors of the Tao Pagoda are extremely difficult to pass. Brother Monkey and Lin Ling chatted for a long time before Lin Ling bid farewell and left. Lin Ling, if you encounter any trouble, you must let my avatar help you. Brother Monkey reminded Lin Ling before he left. Lin Ling came out of the bamboo forest and saw little Kunlun and Giant Ghost. They had been waiting here for quite some time. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, they happily came over and asked about meeting Patriarch Bodhi. Lin Ling did not hide anything and told them about him becoming Patriarch Bodhi's disciple. From now on, you will be my senior brother. That's not right. I entered the Bodhi Immortal Cave earlier than you, so you should be calling me junior brother. Little Kunlun was incomparably happy, but he was confused by himself. Lin Ling, was he his senior brother or his junior brother? That's not important at all. Let's call each other our own. Seeing little Kunlun's appearance, Lin Ling could not help but laugh. That's right, let's call each other our own. I'll still call you Big Brother Lin Ling. Little Kunlun's eyes suddenly lit up. Alright, I should leave. After all, I've been in the chaotic realm for so long. I wonder how the Yellow Emperor and the others are doing. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance and said, in this trip to the chaotic realm, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. It was not in vain. Big Brother Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, little Kunlun and Giant Ghost were somewhat reluctant to part. Don't worry, it's not like we won't meet. Didn't you say that you were about to enter the Dao Pagoda? At that time, we can reunite again. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor, Lei Gong, everyone will be very happy to see you back. Lin Ling was also somewhat reluctant and comforted them. Little Kunlun and Giant Ghost nodded. Alright, you guys go back. I'll go to Longevity Mountain first and then leave from there. Lin Ling patted their shoulders and then flew forward. Although Giant Ghost and Giant Ghost were reluctant, they knew that this separation was inevitable, so they all waved goodbye to Lin Ling. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.